It's a craft tool, a craft knife specifically, and it's got a rotating blade. So it was originally invented by my grandfather.
Okay.
He was a serial inventor, you could say. He invented many, many things. One of his main inventions was he helped invent the ballpoint pen.
No way.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good claim to fame, that one.
Wow. That's top level.
It is, yeah. And so it works in a very similar way because it's all about the motion of your hand rather than having to move to cut and sort of thing. So it's very similar. The blade does the work for you as a ballpoint pen. The ball does the work and moves as you go. So it works a very similar way. And my dad developed it into doing different blades, so you can do fabric, leather, all different sorts of materials as well. We make them all in the UK as well, so it's a UK-made product, yeah. And yeah, it's just gone from there, really.
And I love your tagline that it works like a pen but cuts like a knife.
Yeah.
That's very clever. Will you show us it in
I'll do a very quick
please?
demo, yeah. So this would just be some normal printer paper, but you can literally just draw like you're drawing with a pen, and you'll see, once you've finished, you just peel that off.
Stop it right now. Look at that. How cool is that? Our director, Joe, who's never seen this product before, just went, no way. It does exactly as the name describes, doesn't it? Works like a pen, cuts like a knife. That is incredible. So smooth.
So smooth. You get really nice clean cuts in any material you're working with. But then we've got different accessories to go with it, like our glues and stuff that make the whole process a lot easier.
Because that's working on regular, like, printer paper.
Yeah,
but you were saying you can
pack.
cut fabric, vinyl, leather, PU.
Yeah, you can even do fondant, sugar paste. I do all the cake shows as well. So all different sorts of materials. It's not just the one sort of tool. It's the same tool with different interchangeable blades, and you can just cut everything.
So think about things like fussy cutting motifs in fabric. Think about cutting cool shapes out of felt or leather, bag makers, dressmakers. So many different cool ways you could use this product.
Even something as basic as a circle, as I'm sure most of you will know, a perfect circle can be so tricky to cut.
Right.
You can push it up against any template, plastic, wooden, metal. It will never damage that edge. You get a full rotation.
Look at that. Look at that. Could you use that up against the edge of something like a saucer, a plate, a dish?
Yeah, because you can cut on the outside, so you can just sort of push it around, even a cup or something. Anything really.
So useful. Right, I'm going to introduce the Mega Bundle because I could spend the whole hour just watching all the different ways you can use this amazing product. Okay. So we're going to start off with the Mega Bundle, okay? Now, within your Mega Bundle, you have got the pen. Is it right to call it a pen?
Yeah,
the
pen, tool.
Okay, and that's fitted with a standard blade. Okay, now within the pack, you've also got the medium blade
and the deep cut blade.
And the deep cut. So just to give you an idea, the standard cut, the standard blade that's in there will cut things like paper, thin card, photographs, masking materials, rice paper. The medium cut will cut things like quilt weight cotton, thin felt, thin mylar or acetate. Your templates for cutting out your patchwork pieces from mylar, thin balsa wood, medium card, icing sheets. And then your deep cut blade is going to cut things like thick fabric, upholstery weight fabric, tapestry, leather, PU, thick card, denim, even polymer clay, denim. Super limited on this. You've also got your glues as well, haven't you? Your fabric grip and your sticky mat adhesive, which I know you're going to explain in more detail in a second. But let me do something very special. The total price is $67.99, but we're doing you a very special price. We've sold it at $67.99.
Last show, yeah.
On your last show, on your previous show, we sold it at $67.99. I don't know why, James.
We had record sales then as well.
Maybe it's just me being here. Maybe I'm like a golden touch. But this is what we're going to do today. Don't be mad if you bought it last time. Just get yourself some more. You're saving $62.99 is your price today. Brilliant.
Absolute
Absolutely
bargain, yeah.
brilliant. That's more than your P&P covered, just in that. Now, I have got very limited amounts. Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to the weekend. It is Sewing Street and I'm Stuart Hillard. It is wonderful to have your company. Stay with us all weekend, stay warm. Let's start with our early birds. Now this is the first of 2 early birds. Love it when we do 2. We have got, there we go, shuffling down the bus. This is the credit card wallet and credit card protector case. William Morris design. How gorgeously smart is that? Really gorgeous. Now, you might get this print, you might get something else, but they're all William Morris. They all look a bit like this. But what they do is they have a protective surface inside that essentially stops your cards being scanned or swiped by someone else who shouldn't be. Okay, these are the sorts of designs that you might get. Just show you inside as well. So inside, loads of room. Loads of room for your different credit cards, store cards, that kind of thing. There's your crash, £4.99. It's a £2 saving. Absolutely worth getting. They're very smart. And also as well, like so many things nowadays are going onto cards, aren't they? Store cards, loyalty cards, that sort of thing. Lots of different designs available. It will be one of these, but it will be William Morris, so you're assured of that. Okay, very smart. Everyone that's checked out, by the way, has multi-bought this morning. They're very giftable, actually, aren't they? Very giftable. I like the fact that the design is on both sides too, and then inside you've got all that space. And in here, there's that protective surface that stops the cards being scanned while they're in your handbag or your pocket. So you can literally, and it's a really nice sort of discreet, it can go in your back pocket, and they're there at the ready. And really, I suppose you wouldn't even really need to take your normal purse or wallet with you while you were out. Rather fab. Love all the different designs that are available too. Very smart. £2 saving today. Keep checking out on that, won't you? Now, I mentioned not 1 but 2 early birds today. Let's do the early bird. So useful, this one. You know I love my neutrals. We've got a special neutral solids bundle. Let me show you what you get. So first off, the most useful colour in a quilter bag maker's library, 2 metres of white. These are all our beautiful Rose and Hubble cotton solids. Now, check this out for a beautiful, beautiful array of neutrals. We've got beige, we've got cream and beige, we've got a light grey, we've got nude, silver, and we've got silver mink. So we've got those lovely kind of more silvery grey shades, and then we've also got those lovely warm, and actually some really nice almost skin tones as well. So I'm thinking not just neutrals to mix in with your piecing, but also really lovely to have some skin tones. Now, $39.99? I don't think so. It's our early bird. Fantastic price. Never been crashed before. You're going to save Not just half a metre, but a full metre, taking the price down to £32 and a penny. Now, what's wonderful about this is half metres of 6 different fabrics and then a 2 metre piece of white. Now, let me just show you. Half a metre looks like this. Lots and lots of lovely fabric. There is a really good amount of fabric there. Isn't this a great thing to have going into the new year? Restock your stash. Maybe work these with a new fabric range that I might just have coming up. But then look, 2 metres of white fabric. Third of the stock is in baskets or checked out. This is only half the width, 44 inches wide. And just look, all of this fabric, 2 whole metres. Now, in a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to be launching the brand new Tilda range, which is called Sunday Brunch. And you know I love to use these neutrals to make the Tilda go further, but also to really let your fabrics do the talking. This quilt hanging behind me, Modern Blooms by Emma Bradford, absolutely relies on that solid background to make those flowers pop. Let me show you. 2 metres. Did you see Hannah's finger then? Did you? Did you? Can you see it now? Can you see it now? Can you see it now? There you go. All right, off you go. 2 metres of white. It's a lot of fabric. But then on top of that, thanks, Hannah, you're also getting 6 more neutral shades. You've got that beige, you've got that nude, you've got cream, you've got silver, you've got light grey, and you've got silver mink. Half the stock gone now. Do remember, please, to check out your baskets. Now, also remember, you're only paying 1p&p all day, £4.95 flat rate. Doesn't matter how many times you check out. So don't hold back on checking out on your early bird because you're thinking you might buy something later. You're only going to pay 1p&p. Now, remember, on this early bird, you are buying 6 metres of fabric, 5 metres of fabric for the price of 4. You get a whole metre for free. £32 and a penny is your price. Such a useful addition to your stash. And it's these neutrals, actually, that are the real heroes in a quilt, even though the thing we see, the thing we focus on is often the patterned fabrics. It's often the neutrals that give us that frame, that background, that contrast, I suppose, that lets you focus on the beautiful fabrics. And also, as well, the other thing, it brings the general cost to make down. So, let's do the menu and see what's coming up on today's show. All right, we are starting off super excited with the brand new launch of a new William Morris fabric range. It is absolutely beautiful. I have got some fabulous bundles. I have got fabric by the half metre. Don't hang about on these. They are already flying out on pre-order. Now, at 9 o'clock, we have got the most gorgeous quilt with Emma Bradford. It's called Written in the Stars, and it is using fabrics by Seth Apter. Now, Seth Apter is a gorgeous multimedia designer and maker. He works with Tim Holtz. Straight away you can see it, can't you? What a beautiful quilt. I've got 2 different colourways of this quilt, all using Seth Apter fabric. It's a beginner-friendly quilt, absolutely wonderful for starting the new year with a bang. This is the light version. I've also got a darker, richer, deeper version of this quilt. Can't wait to show you that. That is at 9 o'clock. You can always shop ahead, remember. Now, at 10 o'clock, I've got a fabulous array of quilting tools. Looking forward to showing you those. We've also got some really good opportunities to stock up on interfacings, fusibles, foams, Decoville. We've also got Quilts from the Country, my latest book. So if you want a bit of a dive into that, stick around for 10 o'clock. Now, at 11, we are back with Emma Bradford and this fabulous quilt, which is called Modern Blooms. Bold, beautiful. Don't be scared of curves. Emma's going to break it down, and those lovely big curved seams are almost like sewing straight lines. She's going to demystify it. It'll be a great hour of learning and a great opportunity to try something different. This is such a beautiful modern quilt, and we've got some gorgeous different colourways of that quilt too. Great price on the kits. Now, at 12 o'clock, our final hour is Brother Sewing Machines. If you're in the market for a new machine, or you want to have a look and see what's out there, stick around for 12 o'clock. I've got a great budget price machine. I've got the sewing machine of your dreams at a price that you won't believe. And I've also got a fabulous embroidery machine that is already flying. So if you fancy trying a new aspect of sewing, I have in the last 12 months, I've embraced machine embroidery. Fabulous. I've got an embroidery machine for you at 12. All right, let's dive in. I mentioned a brand new range of fabric from William Morris. Let's dive straight in. So Emory Walker House Collection. Emory Walker was a contemporary and friend, of course, of William Morris. You can still visit his house today. And this gorgeous range is called Emory Walker Home. How beautiful is this? Now, there's been a previous collection, different colours. You've got some recolorings here. How beautiful are these? So rich. This colourway is absolutely doing it for me. The oranges, the teals, the terracottas, and that navy blue is absolutely giving me all kinds of ideas here. That looks really cool. Now, this next one, personal favourite of mine. This is a brand new print. Look at that, the beauty of life. This is going to be our first sellout. Let me just warn you. If you want to jump ahead, go on the website because you can order this. You are also going to make a saving as well, so stick around for the price. You're getting half a metre of all of these fabrics. You're getting half a metre for free, and there are 2 split pays available on this bundle. Have a look at that one. That is beautiful. This is a new print too. This wasn't in the last range. This is absolutely beautiful. If you're loving the Seth Apter written in the stars quilt, can you imagine making it in this range? You'll have the pattern, you can reproduce it. But also if you've got my floating stars pattern, if you've got garden maze, if you've got Galleria, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, in the previous collection, this was done in yellow, now done in this green. How classy is that? And possibly my favourite print to finish on. It's like a more woodsy version of Strawberry Thief to me. This is more in the deep, dark woods. That is a stunning, stunning collection. These are all taken from original prints, but reimagined, rescaled, really for quilters and bag makers. So a lot of these were taken from large-scale furnishing fabrics or wallpapers, and at that scale, too big. They've been scaled down. Some of these actually are taken from Emory Walker's house. How cool is that? I think they're absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Do we have some pictures of the actual house? Oh, let's see. Gorgeous. Oh, lovely. Now, is that Emory above the fireplace? Oh, now, Hannah, I would think I would have thought you'd have known that. Oh, okay. Bit of warning. I was off for a wander then. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Now, interestingly, I think that looks lighter and fresher than I was expecting. A lot of Victorian interiors are very dark, very cluttered. That's quite clean, isn't it? Quite fresh. Yeah, so the top picture, that wallpaper is one of the prints, isn't it? Yes, this one here. It's this one here, taken from the wallpaper. That's absolutely luscious. Absolutely luscious. Gorgeous. Lovely colour as well. Somewhere between jade and forest, isn't it? Really good for adding some definition in your projects. What are you thinking? A gorgeous quilt? If you've got any sort of previous William Morris quilt kit that you've made or waiting to be made, but you've got those patterns, there are some wonderful William Morris patterns that we've done over the last few years that these fabrics would work beautifully for. If you did entangled, this would look amazing. This is brand new today. Brand new today. It's a brand new collection, Emory Walker's House. Now, I do have fabrics by the half metre. But before we do that, I am just going to show you a rather beautiful Macawa linen texture bundle. This has been put together to complement the new Emory Walker collection. However, it's very beautiful in its own right. Let me just show you these shades. I'll keep the Emory Walker nearby. Now, you won't believe the price on this. Linen texture is just such fantastic value. But when we take off half a metre, under £20, that's amazing, right? How delicious is that? It's 100% cotton, 44 inches wide. It's a linen texture. That's a printed texture. So it's completely smooth fabric. Okay, it's 100% cotton. But it looks like it's got a texture because of the way it's been printed. Gorgeously multi-tonal. Absolutely beautiful. And will add a really gorgeous, slightly more vibrant pop of colour when it's mixed in with your Emory Walker or made into something on its own. So, for example, you might use, I'm just thinking which one I'm going to use. I'm going to try this one. So you might, oh yes. So you might do something like, just thinking how I might do, maybe do like a gorgeous kind of cushion, and I would have it sort of in two parts like this, but then I would pop this in just so that, do you see, you just had that little, maybe a flange, maybe a little half-inch pieced, or it might be piping going around the outside. Do you see how that just lifts the whole thing? Now, we could swap that out very easily, perhaps for this more teal colour. That's a lovely combination of its own. This could be a bag. This could be a bag. But you can also put that little pop in, and again, it just adds an extra something. Yes, that on my leather Chesterfield. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Now, I've just realised I haven't read a single message out yet, so I will just leave you with that for a second. Morning to Hilary. You're up bright and early this morning, but full of cold. Sending you love, my darling. I was thinking about you driving in, actually. Jan says, morning, Stuart and all. Not quite so cold here on Portland today. No, actually, it wasn't. The ice wasn't quite so thick on my windscreen. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Gorgeous shirt. I'm freezing and in need of a wash. Oh, bless you. We'll crack through the ice and have a little lick. Fiona says, morning to the best presenter ever. Can we just record that moment, please, everyone? For 2025, I'm starting on your 100 quilts book. I'm not a patchworker and quilter, but I'm having a go. Well done, Fiona. I'm proud of you. I've just purchased the Neutrals bundle, and I've collected Tilda over a few years. So I'm doing one block per page and learning as I go. It's a fantastic idea. Gillian says, morning, Stuart. Looking forward to today's shows with you. I'm glad. Me too. Now, the mega bundle, loads and loads in baskets. Let me just grab it again. I'm going to grab the early bird as well because I'm a big fan of mixing in some neutrals. So for example, let me just pop them down here. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now I'm thinking particularly the warm neutrals are going to go really beautifully. This one, maybe. I mean, this is obvious, beautiful, yeah. The white, again, if you want a really kind of clean look, then something like that, beautiful. You know, maybe something like my floating stars pattern for your star, for your background, for your star, for your background, absolutely beautiful. Do a kind of positive, negative thing. Something like this fabric right here, I mean, I can't wait to make something with that. And you know what? With the beauty of life, I'm thinking cosmetic bags, toiletry bags, things like that would be lovely. And I would just mix that up with some nice pure clean white. And I'm going to grab the linen texture in that gorgeous kind of petrol colour, and I'm going to mix those in. Either little pop of white, or let's flip it and reverse it. And the beauty. You see, just that little pop there, maybe just a little more. Because, you know, Victorian, more is more. More is always more. Yeah? Fab. Absolutely gorgeous. This is a brand new collection today. This is Emory Walker's house. And you can visit it. It's in London. Good morning, Stuart. Love it when you're presenting, sitting, contemplating the snow. Sue, you have snow in Merseyside. Looks gorgeous in the country. We are in our holiday home. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Nearby, yes. Oh, lovely. I think it's lovely when you can sit and contemplate the snow. I think when you've got to drive in it, or walk in it, not quite so fun. But we shall see. It's meant to be a blizzard tonight, isn't there? So hopefully I'll be here tomorrow. Loads and loads of you coming in for the mega bundle. Just be aware that even though it's a brand new collection, we've got a limited number of bundles. We can't make endless amounts, and I'm not sure where we're at. Okay. Okay, I'm going to pop the bundle to one side, and I'm going to show you the fabrics individually now. These are all available by the half metre. If you're multi-buying, remember that 1 unit is half a metre. So if you buy 2 units, you'll get 1 metre in one continuous piece. Let's start with the beauty of life. Brand new print. It is glorious, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous, clean white. Joy's message from Cambridgeshire. She says, good morning, Stuart. Love the fabrics. They are beautiful, aren't they? How are things in Peterborough these days, by the way? It's ages since I've been. Do love it round there, though, at Rutland. It's very gorgeous. The beauty of life. There's such a lot going on in the background. Birds, scrolls, leaves. And it's the kind of thing that you could really focus in and fussy cut, or just cut. Just cut and piece, and it will still look absolutely beautiful. Now, just a little note, the majority of people checking out their baskets are checking out multiple units. This is the kind of fabric that you could feature on a large bag or a border, something like that. Be careful, though, because we can see the number of customers, but not if you're multi-buying, and that's when stock can disappear really quickly. This is half a metre. You're getting a lot there. You're getting a lot there. Fab, isn't it? And a gorgeous scale of print as well. Now, if you wanted to fussy cut that image, I just want to let you know, we're talking around about 8.5 inches across. Depth-wise, we're looking at around about 6.5 inches. So if you cut out the image, it would be a rectangle. But, of course, if you want that as a square, you could definitely kind of, if I measured that, you see 7.5 minimum you'd want to capture everything. And then you see you could do 7.5 inches and you're not quite, you wouldn't see the words of the next block. So actually a 7.5 inch square would cut that out really nicely. Just need to let you know, half the stock gone already on this. Brand new today. We're only 26 minutes into the show. And actually when everyone's checked out their baskets, 2/3 of the stock gone. And that's if everyone buys just half a metre. If everyone buys a whole metre, it's gone. Morning to Donna. She says, good morning, Stuart, team and everyone. Let's say hi to the team, by the way, in the gallery. Hi, guys. We've got Hannah, of course. We've got, now Joe, give us a wave, Joe, is directing. But Alex, give us a wave, is also training as a director today, too. So, I mean, Joe doesn't look like he's doing an awful lot of teaching, does he? If we're being honest, looks like he's just chilling. While we're doing the blues, can I just grab another of the blues, which I think would go very nicely? This is RZ27. This is my favourite print. It's like a deeper, darker, more woodsy version of Strawberry Thief. It's not Strawberry Thief, but of course you can instantly see the connection, can't you? More kind of partridge, owls. They're not owls, actually, but I don't know what they are, but they... Big birds, they're big birds. And I love that really deep, dark background. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Love all the different tones there, those softer slate blues, the terracottas, that warm tan. Probably neutral-wise, I'd go with something like nude. Our nude would work very nicely with that. Also, I think our silver mink, that is beautiful again. Or navy or midnight or something like that. Any of those would work really well. But our neutral bundle, great buy today. It's on an early bird. You get a whole metre for free. Amazing. Very gorgeous, that fabric. This would also work really well for things like Stack and Whack, One Block Wonder, 9-Patch Pizzazz, any of those kind of quilts. 100% cotton, free spirit, you know you're buying quality. If you are going for one of those kind of fussy cut style methods, by the way, I would recommend buying at least 2.5 meters of this fabric. To be fair, if it's a fabric I absolutely love, I will always buy 2 to 3 meters because then I've got enough for a border and blocks. Now I've got that print in a green colourway, which again is absolutely beautiful. Such a rich colour. I mean, it absolutely shouts William Morris, but in a very classy way. So it's a shout, but it's not like a sort of, you know, any old iron. It's more of a kind of, I say, isn't it? It's that kind of shouting. See the difference? Yes, on a brown leather sofa, absolutely beautiful. If you're a bag maker, what about mixing that with some brown faux leather or some cork or a really rich green faux leather? Morning to Sophie, by the way. Thanks for your message. It's lovely. And as well, can we talk about the price? A lot of fabrics now, $8.49.5 metre at $7.99. This is a really good price for 100% cotton free spirit fabric. Now, I want to grab one that I would put with this. In fact, there's a couple that I would put with this. This one next. ending 7-3. So this was in yellow in the previous Emory Walker collection. Very soft, very subtle, really smart. The yellow sold out very quickly. Fiona's message, she says, "Morning, Stuart. How are you managing to fit in presenting the show after all the orders placed for the little Stuart helper? You must be booked up until next year." Yes, if you didn't watch next year, I became a special offer for the day, the little helper. I know. Well, they're going to have to make a virtual version of me, Fiona. It's the only way. I'd definitely be using that in bag making. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, this next one, again, I think would work very well, ending 3-7. Fabulous. This is called Bachelor's Button. That's the flower. Now, actually, as many of you know, I've just finished writing a new book for this year called Make 100 Bags, and I've used quite a lot of William Morris fabric in that book. And one of the things I've done a bit of, which I really enjoyed, was using the selve edges. And I absolutely loved the fact that on all the William Morris selve edges, it says the spirit to create in the... So I've used about an inch wide piece, inch and a half wide piece, in strip piecing, including the selve edges, because there's so much lovely detail there on the selve edges. So don't waste those. If you're not using them, send them to me. They are beautiful. That is gorgeous. That would also be really lovely to back a quilt with, wouldn't it? That would be stunning. Okay, next up, this is rather lush, ending 3-6. A lot less formal, this one. It's much more relaxed and casual, isn't it? You've got that kind of Victorian garden. It's actually upside down, apologies. There we go. There is a subtle direction to this. Julianne's message says, "Morning, Stuart and team from a very cold Hampshire. Not doing much today apart from watching you." I think that's enough. I think that's enough. Especially for a cold, snowy day. Stay in, stay warm, stay inspired. Get your knitting or crochet or your hand piecing out and just stay with us. Right, next up, this is the brand new Emory Walker's House collection, by the way, if you've just joined us. Morning. LI63. We've seen this print before, but not in this colourway. This is one to stash. Such a good green, isn't it? Worth getting a bit extra of that. And I love it almost looks like a crackled background. Can you see that? It's lovely. And even in the willow leaves, there is detail. All the veins are shown. It is those kind of details, though, that I think are very beautiful and just add so much more interest. Now, this next one, absolutely beautiful fabric, ending 4-8. I love the fact that this looks vintage. Can you see it's almost like it's got a linen texture to it that's printed, and also the colours, you know, it looks like a kind of great country house fabric, doesn't it? Regal and rich. If you want to grab a mega bundle, by the way, of all of these fabrics, 1/2 metre of each, you're also saving $7.99. 11 of you have this in your baskets. Check out, this is what you're getting. So you're getting 15 fabrics there, 7.5 metres, and 1/2 metre of that is free for $111.86. Brand new today, never been seen before. brand new Emory Walker collection, Emory Walker's house. Good morning, Stuart. Having coffee. Oh, making me jealous now. And looking at those beautiful fabrics. It's very frosty here in Cardiff. And I have 2 of your quilt kits that I need to start on. Happy New Year all. Oh, Peter, Happy New Year to you as well. And what a lovely inspired way to start the year. Bit of Sewing Street, a quilt kit or 2 to work on. That sounds fabulous to me. Hope you're enjoying these new fabrics. This is fabulous. Have a look at that. I think that is wonderful. Now, for me, this is a striped fabric. Do you see it? I'm going to hold it up so you can see it. Vertically or horizontally, this works in stripes or not at all. You can ignore that if you wish. But if I just fold it down a little bit so you can see what I'm whittering on about, you've got these wonderfully linear designs running across. So you could get a really subtle fret. Now imagine that, but with mitered corners joining more. You would then really see that stripe. You know, it's all about how you cut it, how you use it. Keep threatening to show you how to do mitered corners. We might have time in the tools hour or the sewing hour. We'll see what we can do. If not today, then soon. Love that one. Talking of loving, this is that sort of great country house fabric, but in blue. Just gorgeous. Really lovely, really lovely. Now something like a soft grey, a soft slatey blue with that, absolutely gorgeous. And again, this has a bit of a stripe, a diagonal stripe, do you see? So again, you know, you could use that or not. If I hold that, do you see? Isn't that stunning? What about mixing that with some denim? There's a thought. There's a thought. Absolutely love that one. Absolutely love that one. This is a gorgeous collection, is it not? Christine, good morning, my lovely. She says, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Yes. Morning, Christine. Hope you're having a good start to your weekend. Next one, those gorgeous willow leaves in terracotta. Do you know, I could see this in so many different quilts, in so many different home decor applications, in so many bags. I'm just going to pop this back in because for me, that is just such a luscious combination. Really, really beautiful. And if you want to just throw in a neutral in there, just to lighten the whole thing up, I would probably go with cream. That's taken from our neutral early bird. So useful to get that early bird. I would recommend it. Just lovely, isn't it? This is the fabric we're focusing on right now. Absolutely lovely. Your second early bird there, your neutrals bundle is in the side graphic. Over half the stock has gone on that one. Remember, you're getting 5 meters of fabric. You're only paying for 4. Great deal. While that's still on the table, I'm going to show you this next fabric because, again, I just think that combination would be fab, would really work. This, so many possibilities. It's already been flying on pre-order. This actually is a very sophisticated palette, isn't it? That really deep, rich teal I'm going to pop in a little bit of the linen texture here. Ooh, really punchy. Loads of lovely opportunities in this fabric for fussy cutting. Really, almost anywhere you put a template, you've got, imagine that, kaleidoscoped round, absolutely beautiful, but almost anywhere. Fabulous. Just fantastic fabric. We can see everyone that's checked out has multi-bought. Everybody. Mo's messaged on Facebook. She says, Happy New Year, handsome and team. Thank you, Mo. Happy New Year to you too. That is really lovely. And again, look, in 1/2 metre, plenty of fabric to play with. Plenty of fabric to play with. Again, think about 1/2 metre, using it in a bag. Kind of that top edge of a bag, perhaps with a bit of underneath. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, a couple more fabrics to finish the bundle. 3 more fabrics, in fact. This one ends 3-1. Oh, that's lovely. Now, that's got a really lovely kind of clean, fresh look to it, hasn't it? Also, as well, I think that would be a gorgeous fabric to take a palette from for a quilt. So, navy, slate, white, and a couple of shades of fresh green, and you've got your palette, essentially that. But make a gorgeous, actually, table decor, table runner, placemats, napkins, fresh white napkins with a little edging of this, maybe 1 inch wide border all around in this. Just lovely and fresh. And as I say, we often think about Victorian style fabrics or Victorian interiors as very dark, very wintry or very autumny, but actually, used in the right way, they can be really fresh, really springtime, but still kind of grown up, if you know what I mean. 2 more fabrics then from this collection. NU75, Rambling Roses. Oh, that's lovely. Really nice. Dressmaking. That's instantly making me think of dressmaking. Is that one called Thicket or Rambling Rose? Oh, a thicket rose. Yes, thorny. Thorny. Sandra says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Must have missed that bit out. From me and Riggy. Is it Riggy or Reggie? Kitten? Reggie Kitten? Who's having her mad half hour? Is it just half an hour? Sandra in chilly Glasgow. Oh, but a lovely city, though. Lovely city. Delia says, morning, Stuart and team, and everyone out there. Keep safe, lovely people. I know, I agree with you. Stay in. Stay warm. The best thing I bought last year was my electric blanket. I am a convert. Although, actually, I recently bought a slow cooker, and I'm also absolutely loving that too. But, yes, a nice casserole or a stew or a soup in the slow cooker and the electric blanket. I mean, what's not to love? This is really beautiful, this one. Again, it's that bit more casual floral. We saw this in another colourway. Would you believe that is the same print? That is the same print. But there's that darker colourway. Absolutely stunning. Really, really lovely. Okay, now, just to remind you, the mega bundle, you've got 15 half meters. Now, loads of you checking out your baskets, well done, but also loads more of you joining the fray. 10 in baskets. Some of these fabrics on their own are approaching limited stock, which means we can't restock the bundle. As soon as we sell out of one of the fabrics by the half metre, we can't repeat the bundle. So just be aware, if you're fancying this mega bundle with all of these different prints, so much inspiration there, quilts, home decor, soft furnishing, table decor. What about accessories? You're going to be using this throughout the year. It's wonderfully non-seasonal or non-season specific. I just think that is an incredibly inspiring palette there. And for somebody like me who loves blue, this is taking blue in a different direction because you've got your navy and you've got your cobalt, but then we've got the terracottas, the golds, the oranges, and that just wonderful smattering of every shade of green you can think of. It just makes it all so fresh, so spring-like. Anne's message, she says, hello, Stuart. Hello, Anne. Welcome to the party. Now, I've got one other small bundle, which is William Morris, but this is the last of the last collection from William Morris. So this is the first Emory Walker collection. So this is our last of stock. So look, we've got that lovely willow print in the original colourway. Oh, love that. These two collections are going to work so beautifully together. I've got the new Emory Walker collection close by because I'm going to grab it in a second. Now, I just need to let you know I have got low single figures of this. That's what I've got left. We've got a crash as well. You're taking £10. Hannah, £10 off. $34.95. Grab that while you can. Now, if I just move the new Emory Walker collection just nearby, just so you can see how beautifully these fabrics would work together. Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. I've only got 2 bundles left. Check out your baskets or you'll miss out, won't you? I'm just thinking if you got that, even if you just get a couple of the newies. Nice. Very nice. More in baskets than we've got. You know, you could add a few extra fabrics from the new Emory Walker's House collection to this bundle, and then you've got your whole palette then for a brand new quilt. Okay, I've just got a couple of chances left on this bundle. Loads if you've got it in your baskets. And again, don't forget, if you wanted to get your neutral bundle to go with, that would be a great way of filling out your collection. Now, the neutral bundle was one of our early birds today. It should be $39.99. You're getting a whole metre for free. Absolutely brilliant deal, this. You've got some gorgeous warm cream and tan shades. You've got nude there, you've got beige, cream, silver mink, one of my absolute favourite solids that we do, and then you've got silver and light grey. You've also got, so half a metre of each of those, that's 3 metres of fabric alone, and then you've got a 2 metre piece of white, because that, of course, we could all do with a bolt really, but 2 metres of that for £32 and a penny. Now, you know I love my scrap quilting, and in order to really successfully use your scraps, some neutrals thrown in will calm the whole thing down. I'm down to my last of stock of this. If you want to get the bundle, it's £32 and a penny. You're saving a metre. You get a whole metre for free. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, I've one more fabric to share with you. It is William Morris. Different collection, different manufacturer, but what a lovely fabric. And what a lovely price. £5.99 per half metre. Now, you might use this to back your quilt. You might use this blended with. It's 140 wide. What width is that then? 54? I've got a tape measure literally here. I'm just being lazy. 55 inches wide. So that would be a great backing fabric. But also, look, I'll just grab one of the fabrics from the Emory Walker house clip. Look, wouldn't that make a gorgeous set of cushions? Half a metre of that, half a metre of that. 100% cotton. 100% cotton. That is lovely. What about that? And that? Oh, now that's a lovely combination. That works so well because you've got those slaty greys in there, haven't you? Oh, I love that. Really good price. Remember, this is 55 inches wide and 100% cotton. And if that wasn't enough, it is just £5.99 for half a metre. That is my full eagle span. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, that's a reason to celebrate. £5.99 for a half metre. Love it. Gorgeous scale as well, slightly larger scale print. So really, really good if you wanted to use it in the border, in the backing. Sashing would be really nice as well. I do need to let you know, though, this fabric's going to sell out. And why wouldn't it? Now, talking of sellouts, the beauty of life. That's a lovely thought, isn't it? Just to, you know, something to think about, the beauty of life. And more in baskets than I've got available. We've never had this print before. It is a brand new one. It's Free Spirit. It's 100% cotton. It is gloriously beautiful. If you wanted to make little pillows with lovely cords and tassels and beads and just beautiful little things, this would be perfect for that. Makeup bags, toiletry bags, little purses. You don't have to fussy cut these areas out. It would work really nicely as a border as well, either way. Absolutely stunning. Now, also been very, very popular, these beautiful deep dark greens. Been very, very popular today. Apparently this has been called blue. Oh, don't get me started. Hannah is trying to convince me that this is deep ocean blue. It's green. And that's that. I'm not debating it. Sophie's loving this range. She says those fabrics look so lovely. The quality is beautiful too, Sophie. So gorgeous quality. Now, next one, I've got the... I will agree, this is blue. This is blue. It's akin to Strawberry Thief, but it's a different design. The birds are looking away. There's no strawberries. There's different birds. Loads of lovely opportunities for fussy cutting. Again, sort of really almost anywhere you cut, it's going to tessellate and work beautifully. This print, by the way, if you were looking at that as wallpaper, we found it as wallpaper, okay, £145 a roll, Ow! Ow! As many of you know who follow me on social media, we have a sitting room that is wallpapered in William Morris, and it was eye-wateringly expensive because it's a large print, and so our decorator wanted loads of rolls in order to get everything matched up, and then just left all of these bits on the floor. And a bit like we do with our fabric, I couldn't even look at them and think, oh, well, it's okay, I can do a scrap room out of that wallpaper. I don't know. What do you do with scraps of wallpaper? Cover school books with it. Do you remember doing that? All right, what about the green version? If you're woodsy. I love that as wallpaper. I'm tempted. I'm not tempted by £145 a roll, though. Because presumably as well, that's about 9 metres, 10 metres for 145. Or is it 5 metres? Oh, I thought you were checking for me then, Hannah. How many metres do you get on the roll of wallpaper? I need to know now. And then the mega bundle, how many have I got left? Okay, you need to be checking out your baskets, please. 111.86. That is for 15 brand new, beautiful half metres of this brand new collection. It's called Emory Walker's House. Love that. Just love the colours, and the designs are stunning. Very nice indeed. Now we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, Emma Bradford's here. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited about the new Written in the Stars quilt by Seth Apter. It's beautiful. There are 2 colourways, but can I give you a hot tip? Go to the website, choose your colourway, check out your basket because it's flying out. I'll see you after this.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately sub-cut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Now we're ready to sew a seam. It's really important when you sew a seam on a garment that you backstitch at both the beginning and the end. In that way your seam will stay strong and you don't have to spend time tying fiddly knots or stitching ends in. This is how you do it. Line up on your seam allowance. We're going to go forwards and then we're going to reverse a little. Carry on to the end of your seam. Don't forget to reverse at the end as well. There's your first seam sewn.
Hey, it's wonderful having your company. It's the weekend. No reason to go out. Stay in, stay warm, stay inspired. Talking of inspired and inspiring, Emma Bradford's with me this hour.
Hi.
Hey, Emma.
Hi.
So lovely to see you again.
Yes, it's only
Feels
been
like
a week.
Only a week ago. How
It was
you
last
doing?
year though, right?
True enough. It was only a week, but a whole year.
Yeah.
Good to have you back. Happy New Year.
Thank you, you too.
And thank you for bringing this amazing
Isn't it
quilt.
gorgeous?
Oh, just wonderful. Love, love, love the fabrics and the colourway. That design is sparkling, it's fresh, and best news of all, it's beginner friendly. It's easy,
Yes,
isn't it?
it is.
Surprisingly easy. And it's one of those wonderful designs which actually kind of does half the work for you.
It does. It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of, it just appears. Loads of you are already getting it in baskets. Now, Seth Apter is a bit of a new kid on the block as a designer. He's not a quilt designer, but he is a mixed media artist. And particularly if you love Tim Holt's style of paper crafting, design, kind of the aged, weathered vintage, steampunky, that is very much Seth Apter's vibe as well. But I'm also loving the distinct difference between Seth's fabrics and Tim Holt's. But if you love Tim Holt's, my goodness me, you're going to absolutely love these. In combination or apart. Let's dive in. Now, this quilt is not staying at $199.99. Let's just mention that. But also the size, 135 by 175. That is 53 inches by 69 inches, 100% doable from start to finish on a domestic sewing machine. Great size for a bed, great size for a throw, a sofa, a cuddle quilt, big enough for two. Gorgeous, gorgeous quilt. Right, let's dive in and see what you get in the box. This is the first colourway we're talking about, and we've called this Bright. You get all the fabrics for the top and also for the binding, of course. And you get full instructions as well. All set out beautifully. It's a nice, easy quilt. Basic units, half square triangles, stitch and flip, flying geese, and lovely, successful method as well. Inside, of course, everything beautifully wrapped up. Let's dive into the kit. Oh, how beautiful are these. Now, I think one of the things that immediately strikes me about these fabrics is that they look like they've been hand-painted.
Oh, yeah.
Don't they? I'm really into that look on fabric. It's got such a wonderful vibrancy. And also those gorgeous variations. Do you know, I
Got scissors.
there we go. There, I'm
Oh,
in. I'm in.
You cheated.
I'm trying to not be an animal about it.
Yeah.
It's my New Year resolution. Don't be an animal. Oh, love that. The beauty of life was my first phrase of the day. My second phrase, write your own story. I like that. You're holding the pencil, you write your story. Lots and lots of you grabbing this. I know you want to see both baskets. I know you want to see the crash too. Look at these beautiful fabrics to go with. They've got a gorgeous vintage look, but also they've got a really lovely modern vibe to them as well. That I absolutely love. I could buy a bolt of that.
Yeah, I like the newsprint.
Do you like that?
Yeah. These collections always, I don't know, I always think of New York. I mean, I've never actually been to New York, but I imagine New York with the urban art and the buildings and the lights. It just...
Oh, that is such a beautiful fabric. Really gorgeous. And then you've also got some luscious neutrals in there, your background. Now, I was talking earlier on about how neutrals give those more intensely patterned fabrics somewhere to breathe.
Yeah, I do love that combination. And also, I've been using these fabrics, and they've got a lovely weight to them as well.
Yeah, they are gorgeous quality, aren't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous quality. That combination is just beautiful. When you see the finished quilt too, just really masterfully used fabrics. Right, $199.99? I don't think so, Hannah. New year, new hobby. Wow, now that is £60 off. That is £60 off. That is a big saving. Time to check out. Time to check out. Don't miss out on this brand new quilt kit. That is absolutely stunning. And don't forget, you've also got split pay. Now, I thought there'd be 2 split pays on this, but it's actually 3-way split pay. So there's 0 interest, £46.66 to pay today to get it home. This is the colourway we're actually demoing in and the finished sample that we've got. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to pop that to one side. Loads of you checking out already. If it's in your basket, don't let it linger. If this is the colourway for you, check out your basket sooner rather than later, because I'm pretty certain we're going to see both colourways sell out. The finished sample colourway always sells out first, I think. Right, our second colourway. Look at that. It's plummy, it's rich, it's delicious, it's more berry toned, but also with that lovely teal. $139.99 is the price. Same price. Let's dive into the kit.
That one looks nice.
Do you love purples and berry cut? Oh, I mean,
hello.
bit of a daft question, really. Oh, look, even the tissue's purple. Just distracting everybody now from my stupid comment. Ever wear purple, Emma? Oh, yeah, you do. Oh, yummy. Look at that. Wow, yes, look. And you've got some different prints in here. I am loving Seth Apter. Don't tell Tim, but I think I might love these a little bit more right now.
Cheating.
I know, I know.
You know,
wow.
actually, is that... No, it is a different fabric. I'm just looking at the pattern. I'm wondering if it's actually the same but different colour, but it is actually
No, that's a different. All the colours.
Yeah.
All the colours. I'm going to have that on my tombstone. He loved all the colours. Oh, really stunning, really stunning. I'm going to pop that teal in, so you've still got that teal in there as well. So there are some similar tones in there. Your neutrals are the same, but hello, lovely. Look at that. Oh, my goodness me. That, oh, now I'm just going to because I want to wear that.
You know what it reminds me of?
Go on.
Eyeshadow palettes.
Yes. Yes. Oh, that is beautiful. I don't know why I felt the need to drape it on my body then. I just wanted to be closer to it. Emma, I'm awful around fabric because I just find it so inspiring and exciting, don't you?
It is, yeah.
Beautiful. We've seen that one in the other kit. And then look at this again, a different one. Moments. Moments. This is my moment. This is my perfect I think I've gone over. I've gone over the 9 seconds. Wow, this is the finished quilt. That is glorious. Emma, most of the time I can pick between a colourway, but that...
These are equally, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you can lose either way, because they're both
or
gorgeous.
that. I think I'd want both. Is that just greedy?
I'm trying to think, because I was wondering, if you bought both, could you combine them?
You really could. You totally could. Because you've got the same teal and the neutrals in both. You've got the words in both. You've got this one in both and this one. It's these 3 fabrics that are different. And actually spread, that's a great idea. I love that. And then you could do a king-sized. This is the main graphic, this colourway. In the side graphic, we've got the one which is more teals with that pop of orange, but you could combine the two. Ooh.
Wouldn't that be gorgeous? Because they really go well together.
They really do. I think you're all having exactly the same dilemma that we're having in the studio, because these quilt kits are level pegging in terms of their popularity and in terms of numbers in baskets. Oh, Kate, totally agree. There's a Haori jacket collection right there. Never mind a quilt. Love these fabrics. 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Really, really beautiful. You could totally combine those. This is a great size, by the way, 53 by 69. Great size quilt for anyone to work on, whatever your level. This is beginner friendly. Fabrics in this collection, you've got this wonderful, I'm seeing these as doors. Yeah, almost Monsters Inc. Isn't it amazing that the background planes are the same, yet so notably different? Karen, it is always amazing to me how you can change up just a couple of elements and the whole thing looks different. Loads and loads of you with this in your colourway. Over half the stock spoken for. We're not going to see so much of this one because I know that Emma is demoing in the more turquoisey orange. Same method though. Yep. And as Karen pointed out, lots of the same fabrics, but a very, very different look to the quilt. Just gorgeous. You get your full pattern. It's written in the stars. You know, the other thing I was thinking, Emma, if you'd got twin beds in a room.
Oh, yes.
And you wanted to make a quilt for both that were kind of the same but different.
Yep. Perfect.
Yeah. This would really work, wouldn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Now, you're going to want some fabric to back your quilt with. And I've got 3 solids. And actually, I love all 3. They would work absolutely beautifully for either colourway. These are regular width fabrics, so you will piece them, split it into 2, and then piece them together. But all 3 colours would work for any of the 3 quilts. Let's start with the dark teal. This is most like the teal that's in the kit. I'm just going to grab the teal from the kit and show you. Really, really good match. 3.5 metres for £27.93. What a great way to back your quilt. Now, I always get my backing and my wadding at the same time as my top. What about you, Emma? Because I know I'm probably gonna make the whole thing in one go. and working on one thing at a time? What's your sort of process?
I tend to collect backings.
You're a stasher.
I'm a stasher. So I buy them as and when, and I just put it away, and I'm like, oh, that'll work for backing, and then, you know, they marry up.
Totally.
And I just have rolls of wadding at home anyway, so.
The one thing, I think we can both agree, the one thing neither of us want to be is, if you're in the mood for quilting a quilt, you do not want to be without batting and backing.
No.
Because those moments come and then they're gone.
Yeah.
If you're in the mood for quilting, you need to make sure you've got your wadding and your backing ready. This is such a popular colourway for the backing. This again would suit either.
Gorgeous. I love that colour.
Isn't it? Duck egg.
Yeah.
We were talking about duck egg last week.
Oh, yeah.
Last year.
Last year, yeah.
It's such a good neutral. You heard me right. It's a neutral. 3.5 metres again for £27.93. And then, this is not a wild card here, although it's the brightest. I'm going to grab this fabric. This fabric is in both. This is in both kits.
Yeah.
And this is where that orange comes from. This would be divine on the back.
It would. And I love a plain backing because once you've quilted it, especially if you use a contrasting thread, your quilt essentially becomes reversible. So you can see both sides.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
100%. Beautiful. This is Paprika, £27.93. It is such an affordable way of backing a quilt with 100% cotton, the same quality as the front. This is what's most important, that you're using equal qualities on both sides so that your quilt lasts and is beautiful. I honestly think you're more likely to finish your quilts if you've got the finishing things in stock. The wadding, the backing, your thread. It's like having bag making hardware and in our form in your stash. When the muse visits, you want the stuff there ready, don't you?
Yep.
Otherwise, the moment passes, you might have ordered your backing and your wadding, and then the moment's passed, and then, you know.
Yeah.
If your New Year resolution is to get more things finished, try that top tip from both of us. And we're both long-arm quilters, aren't we? So we do a lot of quilting.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Now, the colourway that's on the wall, again, very, very popular. This is overtaken slightly. Loads of viewing baskets as well. Just beautiful. This is the first time we've seen this quilt kit. It certainly isn't the last time we'll be seeing Seth Apter. He's a bit of a rising star. Gorgeous teal. These lovely neutrals. You do, of course, get your pattern as well. Rather wonderful to have the sort of mixed media influence. I've always been around lots of paper crafters, Emma, for a lot of years now, and I've always said the crossover is very exciting.
Yeah.
Because paper crafters use fabrics differently. They have a different aesthetic.
Yeah, and I just love, I love the florals, I love the William Morris, I love the Caif, but sometimes it's just nice to have a very abstract fabric where you can just appreciate the colour and the different textures of them. And it makes the quilts that you make, if you do want a gift, so many options.
So universal.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's vintage and very modern at the same time.
It is, which is...
I don't know how, but it's great.
It works.
It's gorgeous. Should we make a quilt?
Yes.
Let's make a quilt, Emma.
Yeah. Because this one...
Do it.
So this pattern does what I love about some patterns, where it has a tertiary pattern that develops. So essentially, if you look at the quilt, it is just 12 blocks. You just have to make 12 blocks. That's it.
Okay. It's not how I saw the quilt initially.
No. So
I see a lot more than 12 blocks.
Yeah. So they're very big blocks, and then your small stars come together. Let me see. Small stars. Yeah, you can see this one. Come together when you put all 4 blocks together.
How clever is that?
So it's a little tertiary pattern that pops out that you don't have to...
So this is where we were saying earlier on, the pattern sort of does half the work for you. Love that.
Yeah. So, and the other two techniques that you need are flying geese and half square triangles.
Ding, ding, ding.
That's it.
Love it.
So I'm going to start with half of the blocks have a central star. So I'm going to start with that one because essentially it's the same technique that you'll use for your larger stars. And I love a sawtooth star anyway. My very first quilt was a sawtooth star quilt.
Yes.
I love stars.
The multi-mat that Emma's using,
I
we'll
love a
pop the
multi-mat.
details out. I've got 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
No way. We had this on yesterday at £19.99. Hannah's going to crash the price.
Nice.
Naughty. Do it. Why not? Oh, I'm glad you're using the sandpaper side.
Oh, I always do. So when I first bought mine, I bought it for a retreat because I thought, oh, that'll be handy because I've got a little cutting mat,
Yep.
you know, to trim your dog ears and whatnot, just so you don't have to get up. And then also, it's a pressing mat on the outside.
Amazing.
So you don't have to get up. But then when I bought it and opened it up and I saw the sandpaper, I'm like, oh! Because I use sandpaper for marking when I do hand piecing,
Okay.
my American hand piecing. And then for anything like this, I always use sandpaper under my fabric because it grips it really well. If you mark just on a normal table, your fabric can slip. And then sometimes at the corners, it sort of stretches out.
Distorts it, absolutely does.
So I always use my sandpaper. And actually what I would do, let me get some more squares, I'll show you. I maximize the space on my multi-mat. So I will, instead of just doing one at a time, I will lay out all of my squares. Because you only need to draw a line down the middle so they can overlap. And I can do multiple ones at once without having to fuss with.
And of course, the sandpaper is gripping the fabric, so while it's on there, it's not going to move around, it's not shifting.
And then I've got, this is a 1/2 inch wide ruler. And it's a creative grid, so it's really nice grippy on the bottom as well, which is really nice. And I like to use these for drawing the lines in between because it's a nice size. If you've got your big ruler, it's a bit unwieldy.
Totally.
If you use just a normal stationary ruler, you don't have the handy 1/2 inch width, which I will show you later. I use for marking my half square triangles. And on the big triangles I'll do for the big flying geese, I'll show you another trick that you can actually get an extra half square triangle.
A bonus.
A bonus.
Love that.
You don't even need to use it in the quilt, but it'll just be a bonus to sort of reduce your scrap waste.
Well, a little matching pillow or two. Very nice.
Yeah. So I'm just using...
Do you see how the corners are not moving a fraction? This is how you get your accurate piecing. I'm often asked, how do I improve my piecing? It's little subtle differences like this.
And I'm using the Roxanne quilting pencil as well, which I really like. And I've got, so if I had to do it on the teal, I've actually got a white one. You don't need to do it on the teal fabric, but just to show you as an example, because you get silver and white ones, on those dark fabrics where if you just use a pencil, you don't normally see it. If you had to mark it on a dark, that white really shows up.
Just watch your head, my love.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
You don't want to see my white hair, you want to see the white line.
It's true. The silver, you wouldn't believe it when you see the pencils, but the silver and the white will literally mark any fabric.
Yep.
Brilliant. The details are on screen. Really well. You get 2 white and 2 silver and a pencil sharpener and caps. They are such a brilliant tool for your toolkit.
Yeah.
We
And
both
they are,
love these.
yes.
And removability?
Yeah, they're water soluble.
Perfect.
So you don't have to worry about it. So I know with the friction pens, if you iron it, it goes away. But essentially the ink still stays in the fabric.
Still there.
So it could still reappear if it gets cold enough. But with those, you don't have to worry about it because it completely washes out. I often use them for marking quilting lines as well on the top.
Yeah, yeah, they're good to be on the surface of the quilt too.
Yep. So those
Lovely
are my...
top tip. And I'm totally with you on all of those things. The multi-mat, that marking, half-inch marking tool, and the pencils. Those pencils are going to sell out, by the way. They're just these little refinements that make all the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, the multi-mat's also going to sell out. And what a great deal as well. Brilliant
That's a good
price.
deal. I love my multi-mats. Oh, yeah, got 3. So then you have a rectangle of your background colour. I'm just going to lay, this is the stitch and flip part of making flying geese. I'm just going to lay my square on top, aligning up my raw edge on this side. And then when I start sewing, I tend to start sewing from the middle here rather than the corner, because I find sometimes if you start right at the corner, because there's not a lot of fabric there for the feed dogs to grip,
Yeah.
it chews it up a little bit.
Absolutely.
So I tend to start right in the middle. Just all lined up.
Now, this morning, very, very busy. Both quilt kits are heavily subscribed, is the nicest way of putting it. Tons of if you have got them in your baskets, I do need you to check out. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on these. They're both proving incredibly popular and equally popular. Quite often when we've got 2 colourways, there's a sort of a clear favourite.
Yeah,
But this time you're loving both of them equally. This is the Bright, which we've got in the graphics. This is the one that Emma's working on, and the finished sample. Delightful, fresh, bright. £139.99, £60 saving, and just a 46.66 split pay today to get that. Now that's the Bright colourway. We've also got, I think I'm going to say this is my favourite because the fabrics are so exciting. This is the dark colourway, and this, again, £60 saving, £139.99 to make this gorgeous quilt. Finished quilt 53 by 69, so a really, really good size for a bed, a throw, a sofa, and best news of all is it is totally achievable. Piecing, quilting, the lot on a domestic sewing machine. Absolutely gorgeous. And if I show you there, there's your beautiful finished quilt. I might just have to make this one, Emma. Love it. Love it. And I saw, 12 big blocks and 6 small blocks and a gazillion half blocks, and Emma, I was wrong.
No, yeah.
Because there's actually just 12 blocks in the whole quilt.
12 big blocks. And I love a big block because not a lot of them.
And I cannot lie.
Yeah. Blast from the top.
Couldn't resist. So, mark your squares.
Yep. So I've got my first square sewn on, and I've just trimmed the extra. So I've got a 1/4 inch seam allowance from my seam. Do make sure that you cut into the upper corner rather than the rest, otherwise you'll ruin your block.
Oh, yes.
And I'm just going to press that out, and then it's just a repeat on the other side.
You know that little triangle corner that you've cut off? Would you save it, stitch it?
You could. It is relatively small. So in theory you could, especially if you do a lot of FPP.
Yeah.
For small bits like that.
Yeah.
But I'll show you on the bigger ones, definitely there is a trick to
For
making
sure.
those into half square triangles.
So this time your diagonal's going in the opposite direction.
Opposite direction. I'm still going to start in the middle. I have to admit, I have to be ruthless with my scraps because there was a point where I was saving literally everything.
Sure.
And it can be a bit overwhelming.
Yes.
So I do have to draw a line now at a certain size.
Yeah, fair enough.
They can still be recycled.
This
but
is it.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't waste it. I know that some people, like Susie Duncan, I think, uses her smallest scraps for stuffing things.
Oh, yes.
Which I think is a good idea. And also, sorry, just Hannah says, it's strange in my ear. But you can use it for that. Also, you know, if you don't use those small scraps, you will have a quilty friend that will.
Oh, yes. This is true.
The deputy,
on.
Joan, is currently making patchwork jewellery.
Who's this?
My deputy, Deputy Joan,
Oh, okay.
my right hand, my
Okay.
brains trust. Yeah, she's making patchwork jewellery with small pieces.
Oh, wow.
Like
That's a good
EPP
idea.
earrings and
Oh,
necklace.
wow, that is...
Brooches.
Oh, yeah, because you can do it with miniatures. Save it for miniature quilts. So that's your flying geese unit. And then they go together. You have 4 of them, just like this.
Oh, look at that.
And some squares.
I love it when the first block appears.
Yes, and I have finished one strip. So you put them together in strips. So that's one strip. So I've got my flying geese, move it all down so you can see. My flying geese in the middle and then 2 squares. So then my next strip will be a flying geese on either side of my square.
Emma, while it's all laid out, can I
Yeah.
just set you back one step? I just wanted to add, now I'm being devil's advocate here, well, not devil's advocate, but I know that a lot of beginner quilters or patchworkers get thrown at this junction.
Oh, okay.
Because when it's all set out in rows like that, you can see the star points go right out to the edge.
Oh, yes.
And that looks wonderful and perfect and great. And then the minute you start sewing it together, I know a lot of patchworkers start looking and going, hang on, my star points don't go to the ends anymore. And I've seen quilters trim the edges
Yes.
off. Why shouldn't we do that? And why is the top row
Top row.
right?
You've got 1/4 inch from the edge. So your points should end 1/4 inch from the edge, the raw edge. And that is because that 1/4 inch is going to be your seam allowance.
When you sew the blocks together.
Yeah.
Yep.
Same in the middle. So very often the same thing happens with your flying geese. They think, oh, my bottom of my V isn't to the end. So then that's another
I'll
thing.
trim it. Yeah.
But
don't
you
do
need that because that is your 1/4 inch seam allowance. And trust the process.
Yes.
When you put it together, it will look like your V is to the bottom of your square.
Great.
So
Thank
it
you
will.
for explaining
Yep,
that.
no problem. Yes, so it is a very much a trust the process.
Yep.
Don't panic.
Yeah.
And because a lot of people forget, especially when they start, like you said, the 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm just going to put there we go.
Yes, good point, Claudia says. Birds are also very glad of those small pieces of fabric.
Oh, yes.
And we might yet see a designer nest.
Oh,
Wouldn't that be fab?
nice.
Like, you're a quilter, aren't you? Steph says, I'm not the best at flying geese. Is it best to sew left or right of the marked line? Stunning quilt, by the way. Yes, so when you've marked the line and you're sewing on the line, do you sew on the line or are you slightly to one side? And if so, which side?
I sew directly on the line. I've never had a problem. I know sometimes with the half square triangles, some quilters prefer to do one side or the other, so to the inside, so you've got a
Yes.
little bit more.
Whichever side you're pressing to, sew that side of the line.
Yes.
But a needle width, nothing more.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Emma. I always sew on the line. But my refinements, if I was to offer anything up, would be finer needle, finer thread.
Yes.
The finer those things are, the finer your piecing will be. So a 70 or a 75 Microtex needle and then a 50 or an 80 weight thread even for piecing.
Oh, wow.
Lovely.
Yeah, definitely go 50. Yeah, I tend to do 50 for sure.
I've actually got a really nice needle bundle later on.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I do love a Microtex or
Quilter's
Sharps.
Essentials.
Yeah.
Me too. They were a revelation when I started using them.
Yes.
Linda's message from Cheshire. Good morning, loving the show.
Morning.
I couldn't resist the quilt kit, although I've never made one before. I'm going
Oh.
to have a try. Linda, Amazing. Which colourway did you go for, though, Linda? We need to know these things. Did you go for bright or did you go for darks? But, Emma, I can totally see why Linda has gone for this as a first quilt.
Yes,
Can you?
it is a good first quilt, to be fair. The techniques in it, like I said, these are the only two. So flying geese, and I'll do half square triangles as well. That is the only tricky technique, really. And then just remembering your 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
Yes.
Also, depending on the machine that you're using, do keep an eye on that 1/4 of an inch seam, because on most machines you can actually adjust where your needle position is ever so slightly. So if it's stitching straight, like I say, if you hit the stitch width position, it'll either just move your needle to the left or a little bit to the right. And depends if your seam allowance needs to be skinnified or widened.
Skinnified. I
Skinnified.
love it. If it's not a word, it should be.
It should be.
I think
It's a
that's really
quilty
good
word.
advice. And we were talking about this yesterday, that 1/4 inch seam allowance. Don't just sew a seam and measure your seam allowance and say, yeah, that's a 1/4 of an inch, so I'm doing everything right. Sew a unit or two,
Yes.
and then measure the finished pressed unit.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it almost doesn't matter what your seam allowance is. It matters what size your units are,
Yes.
your blocks are. If they're the right size, you're doing it right.
It is, exactly. And like you said, it's not just your needle position that affects it. It's your thread weight, it's your needle size as well.
And how you're pressing.
Yes.
So, Steph and everybody else, if you're having trouble getting the accuracy that you want, then look at all of those elements because they all play their part.
Yes. And when you're doing your little test block, I definitely recommend squares because it's an easiest way of, one, working out what the finished size should be. And they're a nice, easy, you don't have to worry about extra triangles or things like that. But yeah, put together a little 9 patch probably, and then measure the finished size, and then decide is your seam allowance too wide or is it too skinny? Is your finished block wider than it should be, bigger than it should be, or skinnier, smaller than it should be?
Yeah.
And that's how you determine.
It's a bit like knitting, isn't it? Where, you know, that tension
gauge.
square, which I know is dull to do. Oh, Linda went for the dark kit. It was difficult
nice.
to choose. Yes, this is one of those odd occasions. Here's the dark.
And I think also with this pattern, because it lends itself to so many different fabrics, I think it'd be fun actually to try it on different fabrics first.
Oh,
and then
100%.
dig into your set.
Yeah, do a scrap version.
Yeah, absolutely. So you get
Do one big block and then make it up as a cushion.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely way to cut your teeth. Actually, you know, was it Karen who's making a quilt for the first time? Karen. Make one block in scrap fabrics first. Everyone should do this, not just Karen, but make one block up first. Linda, and do that. To sort of work through the pattern and work through the method, make sure that the size is right, but also you'll have a lovely cushion at the end of it as well. You know, this is the difference between making a tension square in knitting, which is boring, and making a test block in scrap quilts, which is fun, exciting and useful.
Useful is most important, yes.
Karen asks, is there enough fabric in the box to make a matching cushion?
There will be, actually. There will be.
Keep watching, Karen.
Yeah, without even doing anything extra.
Ooh.
Not really doing. Not even using your extra fabric.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
It will literally be made from the waste
Yes.
of making the quilt.
Yes. Not an extra block, but still the same fabrics to make a matching cushion. Absolutely.
Yes. It won't be the same pattern.
No.
But yeah. But the fabrics will be matching.
Ace. You could, of course, though, Karen, here's another thought. You could make, instead of making 12 blocks, you could make 9, do a 53-inch square quilt, which would be a lovely throw or a sofa quilt, and then you would be able to do 3 of the big blocks, either as a runner, 3 cushions, a rectangular cushion and a square cushion that would be the pattern, and then you'd still have some extras to do something scrappy with as well. Remember, the pattern, the size, the dimensions is a serving suggestion. We've already both mentioned that we would buy both kits, combine all the fabrics and make a larger quilt. The world's your oyster or your lobster.
There we go. So that is your, and I do love a, I'll do it this way, sawtooth star.
Oh, me too. It's interesting, Emma. I've been making patchwork for decades and decades now, well over 30 years, and I'm still in love with the basics.
Yes.
Totally, unapologetically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah.
So much good stuff you can do.
Yeah. I love a traditional quilt. I mean, I love the modern fabrics, but essentially, this is a sawtooth star quilt.
Right.
It's just that the fabrics that make it, elevate it to a different level.
You really do. That's beautiful.
Isn't that nice? And that's the centre.
So when you
Of
say
one
that's
block.
the centre, do you mind grabbing the big block that you've already
Yes,
made and
so
just
this-
show us where it sort of fits in?
So there are essentially there are only 12 blocks to make, but there are 2 different ones. So you've got 6 of one, 6 of another. This is the other one.
So that's that sort of big block plain centre.
Yeah, so this is your finished block. This is the size of your finished blocks. And then the other block that I'm making now is a slightly different colourway, but then this acts as the centre.
Got you.
Yeah, and you can see it overlaps the centre of this one because that has my seam allowance
Got you.
included in it.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, look at that.
For anybody making this, and that's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
So beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
For anybody making this quilt, which block would you start with? The big block plain centre or big block star centre? Which would you make first?
Oh, in instructions, I think tell you to start with the little star. No, actually they do a mixture. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. So what I would recommend, read the instructions through completely, because and it also depends on how you want to start working on it. So I know that the instructions tell you in order to do things. The only thing you really need to do up front is start cutting your fabric. That's the first bit. The construction itself, even though it tells you to do it in a certain order, some of it does have to be, but some of it you can actually do in your own order. So do you want to make 1 block a day, for instance, or in one sitting? Or do you want to work on all the flying geese units of a certain block at one time? Do you want to work on the half square triangles and sort of break it down in sort of bite-sized bits that you find interesting? So for me, it depends what I'm making the quilt for. So if I do speed and efficiency, I will usually work on one unit, and then put everything together.
Yeah.
But if I'm actually sewing for fun, for me, and I'm engaging myself, then I would probably work on 1 block at a time. Because then you get finished, at the end of your sewing session, you can say, oh, that's a block, and then put it in your stash. And it's a nice finish, and it keeps you mentally engaged, I find.
I'm finding that a more appealing method the more I do. I went through my sort of factory production stage, which lasted for years. Now I kind of like doing a block and saying, kettle on now.
Yes.
It might be the kettle on now that's really appealing.
Yeah, and a bit of cake or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it completely depends on what your sewing mojo is and what your end result is. It a quilt that you want to get finished as quickly as possible, then you'll probably do it a different way. But if it's just for having a bit of fun, a bit of enjoyment, just want to do a little bit of sewing, then just finish 1 block, do the units for 1 block, and then finish that block, and then move on to the next one.
Yeah, totally agree.
So, but first, have a cup of tea, read through the instructions, or coffee, maybe...
Sold. I'll
Yeah.
do it your way.
And maybe get some of your stash, a little bit of scraps. Make up your own block from your own fabrics first. Do one of each.
Yeah.
See how you find it. And
Yeah, lovely. I like
Yeah.
that.
There's nothing-
Oh, listen, I just need to give you a bit of a warning. This
Oh.
colourway is oversubscribed. There are more of you with it in your baskets than we've got. Okay, I'm sorry to throw that into the mix while we're having a lovely chat, but this colourway right here is oversubscribed. Yeah, this is oversubscribed. I need you to check out your baskets, please. You're saving £60. Remember, if we've got one of these kits left tonight at midnight, it will go back up to £199.99. If you want to get it for £60 less, check out your baskets, please. Here's what you're getting in the kit. You get your pattern. Beautiful, beautiful quilt. Easy, beginner-friendly, scrappy-friendly too. You'll make this again and again. I guarantee it, I think, almost, that you will love making this so much you'll want to do it again. Write your own story. John's done that, hasn't he? He's written his own biography.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Would you ever do that, Emma? Would you write your own story? You've had many and varied so
It's been
far.
very, very, yeah, lots of different things.
Yeah.
Possibly.
I'd do an edited version.
Yeah, edited version because, yeah.
No one needs to know everything. Margaret in West Sussex says, hi, all. I agree, make a block at a time. That way I feel as though I've accomplished something.
Yeah.
Get that? Yeah. How lovely is that look? All those beautiful fabrics. And then the overall look, it's got a lovely freshness to it, hasn't it? It's got a lovely freshness. And that is the neutrals that do that. We were talking about neutrals earlier on. That's what keeps it bright and lively. But it also allows us to really focus on those gorgeous pops of colour. Very nicely quilted, this one too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Nice bit of continuous curve quilting.
Yeah.
A question for you, Emma.
Oh, yes.
This is Carol, who's in Cambridgeshire. Morning. I am tempted by this quilt, but how can it be quilted? Oh, as we were just talking about it, how can it be quilted on a domestic machine? My fabrics always move. Well, that's an easy one to deal with.
Yeah.
Emma?
Well, so I don't actually quilt on a domestic quilt sewing machine very often. However, because I have the same problem. But I don't know how you would tackle it, Stuart, but for me, if you're, especially on a quilt this size, which is a little bit smaller, it's not a big full-size quilt, I would actually probably use a spray-based.
110%.
Yeah, because then that keeps everything together. So the spray-based, when you layer it up, be sure to spray your wadding rather than the fabric, so then it sticks to the wadding. I tend to quilt with cotton wadding quite often, and I do a lot of hand quilting.
Lovely.
And when I hand quilt, I don't actually baste or spray baste or anything. I will literally just lay it up, because you'll find that the fabric actually sticks to the cotton wadding.
Sticks to cotton.
Yeah,
naturally.
quite well.
As our clothes will attest.
Yeah, yes. Oh, I have to say, I was dishing up Michael's dinner last night, and I had been sewing, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't think I want thread in it. Thank you very much." It just literally shedded off me. But yeah,
it is the preparation, isn't it?
It is that, and also, so depending on what wadding you're using, maybe you want to switch to cotton wadding if you're not using that already, so it'll naturally stick together. But
I would agree.
Spray basting for sure.
Because if you put a cotton top and backing onto, say, a wool wadding or a polyester wadding, you would instantly see the difference.
Yes.
They will slip and slide against each other much more. So cotton wadding agreed, 505, 100%. If you are a pinner, you have to put so many pins in order to really control that movement.
Yeah.
It takes so long. I would much rather 505. So this is the product you need.
Yeah.
505 from Odif. This is the 500 big tin. 500 ml, plenty to do a good few quilts this. Spray it from 12 to 15 inches from the surface, and if as a visual for that, when you're holding the can, you want your elbow essentially in line with your shoulder. This is the height from the desk that you want to be. If your hand is down here, you are too close and you'll get overspray in some areas and not enough in others. Well ventilated room. That is key.
Yep.
The other thing that's key, as we mentioned, is the wadding that you use. So either a pure cotton or, my favourite's 80-20. I like the 80% cotton, 20% polyester, which I've got here.
Yeah, and that will still stick really well.
Sticks really well.
Yeah.
Not that you can rely on that instead of basting. That's not what we're saying. But the combination of the two, it will be held together everywhere. The other thing I want to mention as well while we're talking about movement, sliding, tucking is, are you using a walking foot?
Yes.
Are you using a darning foot? If you're using your regular foot, that will push the fabric along and distort it as well. So you want to make sure you're using a walking or darning foot. How much wadding do I need for this quilt, please? It's 63 inches, about 2 metres would be right, wouldn't it?
It's 135. So that would leave you about 50. That might be. I'll be like at least 1 3/4 or maybe even 2, because that leaves you 15 centimetres extra. So that's what, 7 centimetres on either side, which actually isn't a lot of room.
No.
I mean, you might be able to do it if you're very careful.
You could squeeze it into 1.5, but we would both go 2.
Yeah, because you can always use the extra wadding for if you do quilt cushions or anything like that.
Well, yeah, exactly. We've talked about having some leftovers,
Extras.
some bonus units. And also as well, if you're buying for the first time, we sell our wadding and our fabric in half-metre increments. So you can buy half, 1, 1.5, 2, and so on. So 5 units would be 2.5 metres. 4 units is 2 metres of wadding, and this is 244 centimetres wide. So actually, thinking about it, you only need 53 inches, which is, yeah, 1.5 metres, you'd get it out. If you were having it long-armed, you definitely want 2 metres.
Yeah.
That's your wadding.
Yeah, so that's the answer to that. Oh, and then also, Carol, walking foot for sure, and then also increase your stitch length to at least 3, maybe 3.5 if you want to as well. But yeah, but if I do any sort of quilting, or even when I put my binding on, I always increase my stitch length to at least 3.
Totally, yes. Yep. Now, Francis from Greater London's got in touch. Fran, is that you? Is this your Sunday name? You know it's Saturday today, don't you? Francis has said, this resonates with me. In fact, I was chatting to somebody on Facebook about this exact thing. She says, I don't enjoy the quilting process. I like the piecing, don't like the quilting. Are there quilting services available? Emma Bradford.
Yep. So it's a Swift Quilting Company. If you go to my website, there is a page dedicated to the long arm quilting service with a cost calculator as well.
Great.
So you can put in your width and length in inches, and it'll spit out how much it will cost basically to.
I would say as well, just talking about how would you quilt this on a domestic machine, if you want really simple, easy, walking foot, and I would cross hatch it diagonally. This quilt, because of the lovely diagonal movement in the quilt, would quilt very nicely just in diagonal cross hatching.
Yep.
Through the centres of all the blocks. Lovely message. Sue in Merseyside says, my friend just hand quilted a quilt made from heirloom type fabrics, and it looked brilliant. Nice. I think it would look great on this quilt.
Yeah, I love hand quilting. Yeah, that is I actually just finished a quilt that I hand quilted. It took me a while. I used to do all of my quilts hand quilted till I got my long arm. But yeah, so this
hand quilting's lovely.
Yeah.
And you could do a combo of the two. So you could do that basic diagonal cross hatching and then go in with a bit of hand quilting, maybe just in the small stars or... Oh, it wasn't Fran. Oh, it's a different Francis in Greater London. Oh, mate. Well, of course there are two of you. Why wouldn't there be? But Fran is Greater London is also in touch, and she said she had a quilt done by a quilting company. So, yeah, perfect. A question.
Okay.
A question. We love our questions. Is what's the difference between 505 and 404? You want to take this one?
Yes, please.
Okay. So 505, here we go. Talking about 505, I've seen 404. What's the difference between the two? Patricia, yes. So 505 is a temporary fabric adhesive, okay? We use this for bonding the layers of a quilt together. Thanks, Dan. And it holds the layers together while we're quilting. You spray it on, you layer it up, the spray dries, and it holds the layers together. It's temporary in the sense that if you wash the quilt, all of that would come out. You could peel it away, and then it's dry, and there's no residue or anything like that, okay? But it would hold it together for months if you were, say, hand quilting it. So that's your 505. Now, your 404 stays sticky. So this is a repositionable adhesive. So in the sense they're both temporary, but this is temporary and dries. This is temporary and stays sticky. So, if you sprayed something like a sheet of calico, you could then stick patches or blocks to it as a design wall. You can peel them off, there's no residue on the back, but your calico would stay sticky. So it's a reusable board. You can also spray this on the back of rulers to make them non-slip. And then when you want to remove it, a bit of soapy water in the sink and a sponge, and it's gone. But it will stay sticky for weeks, you know. So there's different ways to use them, but they're both great products. I hope that answered your question. Another one. Oh, this is a good one. Hi all, says Deborah. This is New Year, new questions. I love it. Loving the show. I can't drop the feed dogs on my machine. Is this absolutely necessary when quilting? Deborah, you absolute tinker. I love that question. I love that you've asked it, and I'll tell you why in a second. Emma, what's your opinion?
Oh, well, it depends how you're quilting it.
Yep.
So if you're using your walking foot, you absolutely do need your feed dogs.
Up.
Yes,
Yep.
up. If you are doing free motion quilting and using your darning foot, then it is best to have them down. You can do it while they're up. It's a little bit, well, I won't say tricky, it's just a bit different because I have done it.
Yeah.
But you can also buy a slippy slidey mat that goes on top of your machine that would actually cover your feed dogs, that your fabric would slip over so it wouldn't affect your feed dogs.
Yeah.
That would be my...
See, like with singers, they have a cover plate that you put over the feed dogs. You can't drop them. However, I actually often recommend people leave the feed dogs up when they're free motion quilting with a darning foot, because a lot of machines, a lot of people get better stitching, particularly on the back, with the feed dogs up, not dropped. So I'm a fan of free motion quilting with the feed dogs up. I would say you don't have to do this again, but if you set your stitch length to 0 with your feed dogs up, but even then it doesn't matter if you don't, so try it. Now, if you're wadding, you need 2 meters is generous, comfortable. 1.5 meters, we both think is a little tight. It would be too tight for a long armour, but it would be okay if you were domestic quilting. Okay, 1.5 to 2. 3 units or 2, or 4 units rather. 3 units or 4 units. 4 units if you're getting it long armed for sure. One more question. Hi, loving the show. I'd like to make a quilt, but find the maths and the measuring scary. I've done a plié before. This is from Abigail in South Yorkshire. Okay, the maths and the measuring. Let's talk about maths first of all.
There isn't really any maths to do on this one because
It's all done for you.
Yeah, it's all done. The instructions are all right there.
Yep. But the measuring, you do have to do.
You do have to do, and there is only one. So I have just done. Most of them are very easy. So they are either full inches or half inches. The only thing you have to be careful of, I don't have one, I didn't have it here. If you're using a Creative Grids ruler, you do very much be careful of which way you have your ruler turned around. Is it on the full inches or on the half inches? Because it's, depending if the writing is in black or in white, depends on which way it's measuring. So just double check twice, cut once is always the recommendation.
Yeah.
And then for your half square triangles, it does give a 7/8 measurement, which a lot of people find a bit hard to get their heads around. But what I would do in that case, and what I actually did here, was I just rounded up to the next inch. So it was a fill 3 inches, I think it was. Cut your squares that size. You'll still have plenty of fabric. And then when you do your half square triangles, which I've just done, cut them in half and then trim them down to the size that you need, which is about 2.5 inches. So having a little ruler to do that is perfect. I do love a little ruler. But then that also makes your block a little bit more, your unit a little bit more accurate as well.
Yeah, a lot of people make all their units a little bigger, don't they?
Yeah, it'll literally be a little baby's hair breadth width of fabric that you'll need to cut all the way around, but that saves you the hassle of trying to work out which one is the 7/8 and is it actually on the line and is it not, and just round it up.
I think also another tip I would give is get yourself some washi tape or even some masking tape. And if you're cutting a load of, say, 3.5 inch strips of fabric or 2 7/8 of an inch strips and then squares, find that on your ruler. You can spend as long as you like finding it on your ruler. Make sure you're happy. And then run a line of tape along that line. And then when you come to line that up with your fabric, instead of constantly having to find that measurement again, you're just lining it up with the edge of the washi tape. Cut all of those strips and then move your tape to the next measurement that you're cutting, stick it down, and then cut those. Be slow, be systematic, and take your time. There's no rush. We have all rushed our cutting and made a mistake. Even those of us who've been quilting for decades are still making those mistakes occasionally.
Yes.
So take your time, have a cuppa, check twice. As you said, that's the best advice ever.
Yes, just double check. What I will often do, actually, is I will put my ruler down and measure out where I think it is. And then I will also go back before, leaving my ruler where it is, but before I cut, I will actually go onto my ruler and physically count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I do
just,
too.
Yeah, just to make sure, so that you're measuring it in 2 different ways, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like such a primary school thing to do, and I am all for it.
Yeah.
Because
why
you
not?
never make a mistake if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, fine, cut.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do what works. Lynn to it says, good morning, Emma and Stuart. I can thoroughly recommend Swift Quilting, Emma's quilting service. She says, she did an amazing job on a quilt for me. Happy New Year.
Oh, Happy New Year. Thanks, Lynn. Just want to show you one quick thing before we finish. So we make big flying geese units to make the blocks just like this. But because they're so big, what I wanted to show you was when you draw your line corner to corner, if you add a 1/2 inch from that, another line.
Another great use for that ruler.
Yeah, another sew line. Sew along that, and then, because this would normally just be waste, when you trim that off, you've got a really nice size half square triangle unit, and you'll have 8 of these for each block. So it's 12 times 8.
12 8's 96.
You'll have 96 of these. So you get 2 different colours. So it's only 2 different colours. So that colourway and this colourway. But...
oh, there's your companion cushions.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
Thank
you so much, Emma.
Oh, you're welcome.
Amazing, amazing. We're already into the next hour, but we're having such a good time jamming.
Oh, that went quick.
No, I hadn't noticed either. Our director had, but, what can I say? These quilt kits are flying. They're absolutely gorgeous. If you can't decide between the two, treat yourself to both. Or make one, you'll love it, whichever one. I think I could just take one of these kits at random. I know I'd love it.
Yep.
This is your brights. More of the turquoise, more of the teal, that gorgeous little pop of orangey rust. Way more in baskets than we have. All of those wonderful fabrics. Your finished quilt, 53 inches across, 69 inches in length. So absolutely brilliant bed, throw, lap, sofa sized. Easy to quilt on your domestic machine. You can do it. You get your full pattern. You really can do it. Loads of you giving it a go now. Really appreciate your questions as well. You know we're here to be supportive, helpful. We'll always try and help if we can. Yeah, second colourway is darks. And this is a little richer, a little more purpley. This is, I think I can say, this is my favourite colourway. You've got the same neutrals. You've also got the same teal. So if you did buy both kits or you were undecided, you have got lots of points of reference. All of these fabrics are actually the same in both kits. And then you've got the addition of these berry colours. Susan from Devon says, I've just bought the kit, never having made a quilt before. Your tips and advice is invaluable. Thank you, Susan in Barnstable. Oh, you'll love it. This is a really good choice for a first quilt. This print. It's so yummy. It's so yummy. Neck and neck, though. Literally, there's one kit between them. And here is the finished quilt. And you can see there you've got that gorgeous interplay of that black print, this fabulous kind of coral and pink, and that wonderful teal and navy there. Super yummy. Same price, £60 saving today. £60 saving. Emma, I feel like you've given us a Quilting 101, everything from start to finish masterclass. Really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And that is not all that we're getting from Emma today. In an hour's time, Emma will be back with her amazing modern blooms quilt, which basically will answer all your other questions about quilting, because we're doing curves.
We are.
Doing curves. Look at that. That is a beautiful pop of modern quilt. We're going to demystify. That bundle's already flying out.
Wow.
It's a gorgeous design. Absolutely beautiful. Right, we're going to head to a break. Check out your baskets. When we come back, we'll be looking at tools and interfacing. So if you've got any questions or queries, get them in the break.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it round yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it round your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt. Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Hello, my lovely friends. Hope you're having a lovely morning with us here at Sewing Street. Is the weekend? There's absolutely no reason to go outside. It is cold and nasty. Stay in the warm with us if you can, I know there are reasons to go out really, but if you don't have to, stay in the warm and cosy. Right, this hour we are looking at tools, interfacings, so we've got some waddings. We're going to start with a book here. Not just any book, this is my latest book. This is called Quilts from the Country and it's my latest quilt book. Now, the cover price on this book is £25. You are making a £5 and a penny saving straight away. Yeah, sorry, it's coming out of my pocket, that is. Well, you know, it's okay, it's okay. You have got 30 projects in this book. Okay, everything from big quilts, wall hangings, table runners, cushions. You've also got a quilted jacket. You have got quilted slippers. You have got some decorations, some accessories, a real mixture. Let me show you. So it's called Quilts from the Country. Your copy will be signed. And it really is a celebration, hello, it's a celebration of country-style quilts. And I've made them in 4 seasonal chapters, but I hope I haven't done anything in the fabric choices that will stop you from thinking, I could make that in just reds or pinks or scrappy or anything you like, okay? As always in my books, I have put decades of knowledge, know-how, trial and error into the basics. So a lot of the questions you might be wondering, I've tried to answer. What is a pre-cut? How do I use them? What kind of stuffings should I use? What about my backing fabrics? And all of the basic techniques that you'll need for this book, but also for many, many others, are explained and shown. And if you're nervous about cutting into your fabrics or doing any of the skills that you might need to make a quilt, then grab this book. Deputy Joan actually said to me, you know, this is your most detailed and extensive how-to chapter that you've ever written, don't you? She had gone through and worked out that it is the most comprehensive how-to I've ever done. Now, once you get into the book, we start with spring, and I set the spring chapter at the Fisherman's Nook in springtime. We photographed most of this chapter in Robin Hood's Bay, if you're wondering where that is. And I used a palette of coastal blues and tans. There is a gorgeous Mariner's Compass quilt in the very first project in the book. Okay, you get full-size templates in the book to create that with. I've done embroidery. My lovely friend Hilary, who's not feeling so great today, and we're all sending you lots of love, Hilary, did the embroideries for this. So there's blue on blue, blue work embroidery, easy backstitch, French knots, and then piecing. Lovely quilt to make that. There's also a companion cushion. Now that was because Hilary couldn't resist doing the extra motif, and I said, well, if you've stitched it, Hilary, I'll make it into a project, and that actually lives on my sofa at home. Here's the jacket. That's me. I'd just like to point out that hunk is not a professional model. I know. You notice they've cut my face off. But also, this is Alice, my art director, who's also wearing it. It's patchworked, it's quilted, it's a gorgeous Japanese-style jacket. Loads and loads of different projects. Look at those fun patchwork slippers. Totally addictive to make those. Some applique. This is all just the first chapter. Now, the Dower House is in summer. So we're in the village now, in a gorgeous dower house. The style in this chapter is floral, it's pretty, it's shabby chic, it's more feminine. And I've shown the palette of colours that I've used at the start, including the sort of threads. And then we've got Dresden, we've got gorgeous, easy piecing, the Tea with Jane quilt. We've got crazy patchwork, use up your scraps. We've got little hanging heart decorations that are so much fun to make with your bits and bobs. More hand embroidery and subtle patchwork. Applique, the Ring of Rosie quilt, one of the most popular projects. Certainly when I'm at shows, this is a very, very popular project. A lovely table runner there as well. I did eat the scones when we'd finished the shot, obviously. And then in autumn, we moved to the Forest Farmhouse. So here, my palette is darker, richer, deeper. This is a very me chapter. A Sky Full of Stars. This was one of my lockdown projects, actually, making all the little stars for this quilt. A log cabin, of course, because you can't be in the country and not have a log cabin. Little Crosses, again, a very, very popular project, that one. A lovely scrap project. The First Frost Table Runner and placemats. I've done these as lots of workshops, very popular. Some easy patchwork dining chair cushions. They're a fun one. And then we spend Christmas in the country with a palette of reds and creams and soft slaty blues. We spend Christmas at the lake. There's a gorgeous big bed quilt. My personal favourite project from the whole book. The Starlight Starbright, these all came out over Christmas at home. There are Christmassy versions of the Scrappy Stars. Christmas Beauty, that one's been made many, many times as well. Christmas stockings, now these were hanging up my fireplace over Christmas, but Santa did not put any gifts into the stockings, which at first I thought, have I been bad? Have I been bad? Did I do something wrong? But then I realised, Charlie explained, that Santa's had brought me so many big gifts that they wouldn't go in the stockings. So it was just about size and scale. Little embroidered decorations. And then resources, suppliers, and thanks, of course. My lovely friends who helped, and also, you know, people like Rebecca Harrison, our lovely Rebecca Harrison, helped me with the pattern for the Haori jacket. She's an amazing dressmaker, much better than I. Hilary, but my friend Bernadette, Deputy Joan, of course. Wonderful, wonderful friends who helped me along the way. And then at the back, you get a wallet, and this has full-size dressmaking pattern for the jacket, the slipper pattern, and any large templates or embroidery templates that you need. So you get all of that for under £20. Now remember, one dressmaking pattern for the jacket would be £15, £18. One pattern for a Mariner's Compass quilt would be £9.99. For those two patterns, you're already spending more than the whole book. So in the whole book, you've got 30 patterns, all of your full-size templates and pattern pieces. The instructions section, I was actually listening to a podcast the other day, and there was a lady talking about her first book that she had self-published, and it was a 40-page how to quilt book that she sold as a standalone book. This is 53 pages of how to make a quilt. And that's just part of your book. FIFO. I'm going to try one of the quilts in the new year. Stuart explains everything so well, you feel you can achieve making the quilt. That was Jane in Wiltshire. Thank you, Jane. I think anybody who knows me knows I'm an enabler, I'm an encourager. I want you to enjoy your quilting. Jenny from Cheshire says, best yet, and I've made one quilt from it already. It's good going, Jenny. It's good going. Brilliant. Maureen from Gloucestershire says, excellent book, a project for beginners and those who have been stitching for some time. Bring on the next one. Maureen, done it, September. Some lovely reviews. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate all the support you give. Jeremy says, bought as a present for my crafting wife. Many brownie points won. Jeremy, you're a keeper. You're a keeper. That's the best review ever. Wendy says, oh, how clever of Charlie. She's talking about the stockings now. What would you do without him? I dread to think. Lots of you with that in your baskets. Do check out £19.99 is £5 and a penny off the cover price. Anita from Greater London, thank you for messaging. She says this is a wonderful book full of inspiration and great instructions. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Do carry on going through. I had an absolute ball making all of the projects in this book, and you will enjoy it too, I am sure. I am sure. All right. Now, let's talk tools. This is all getting a bit serious, isn't it? Yes, let's start with Bondaweb, a very good place to start. This is a 5-metre roll. I'm going to grab Quilts in the Country because I just want to show you. This is the most popular way of buying Bondaweb, in fairness. Something like this, the Ring a Rosy quilt. All this applique is done using Bondaweb. 5-metre roll would be perfect. You stick it to the back of your fabric, draw and cut out the shapes that you want to applique, peel the paper backing off, lay it down on your fabric and iron it. It sticks to the fabric and then you stitch around the outside of the edge of your fabric. Brilliantly easy to use. You get full instructions. It all comes on a roll. Now I suggest you keep it on the roll for a start, and you want to keep it away from extremes of temperature. So you don't want it to get very cold and you don't want it to get very warm either. So ideally, if you've got like an unheated bedroom, that's fine. Out in the garage or in the shed where it gets freezing in the winter, not so good. That can make the glue lift from the paper, which is, you know, irritating, to be fair. So just keep it in an ambient temperature and on the roll. Most popular way of getting it, you get a 5-metre roll. 5-metre roll, and it is, I think, 17.5 centimetres wide. No, 30 centimetres wide. Very, very usable piece of Bondweb. £23.99. Now, if you are really into your applique, or you want to share this with friends and have 5 metres each, this is how I buy my Bondweb. This is 30 metres. Now, if you think about this, 5 metres between 6 of you, okay, but this is 45 centimetres wide. So this is 15 centimetres wider than my roll, and obviously 6 times the length. So you're getting a lot of Bondweb here. This is a shop pack, really. But for a real sort of dedicated appliquer, or if you want to share it, this is the best price per metre. £117.99, and there are split pays available. 2 of them, £58.99 is your first split pay. Great way to start the new year, especially if you split this with friends. Very good way. Or if you're, you're in a quilt group, something like that, and you can divide it up perhaps by the metre. Lovely message. I've just purchased your book, Stuart. Thank you, Caroline. That's lovely of you. I can't wait to receive it. Great show. Oh, bless you. I had loads of lovely messages over Christmas from people who were getting the book from their loved ones. Do you know, I have to deal with all kinds of things in my ear. Hannah's just said, yes, unfortunately, yours will be signed. Oh, so disparaging. I always joke and say to people, if I sign it, that makes it worthless, right? And people usually, Hannah, say something lovely like, no, that makes it priceless. That makes it invaluable. Honestly. Now, if you just want a small pack of Bondweb, so say, for example, you were making something like this table runner, okay? So easy 4-patch blocks in the background, a couple of little sprays of flowers, gorgeous little project that. 1 little pack of Bondweb, plenty. £2.99 for that. It is 17.5 centimetres by 120 centimetres in length, 1.2 metres. It's a long strip, and that would easily do probably 2 of those table runners. £2.99. Very good. See, we've got something for everyone. Now, just want to mention the 5-metre roll. Very, very popular option today. Lots and lots of you with this in your baskets. It's 30 centimetres wide. You get 5 metres in length, so that is loads. That would be more than enough for, something like the Ring a Rosie quilt. Keep it on the roll. That will keep it crease-free. And also, I would keep this in a nice ambient room inside the house. An unheated bedroom is fine, but just you don't want it in a shed where it can get damp or very, very cold, or say in a conservatory where it might get very hot in the summer, because that can just make the glue lift off the paper, which is irritating and makes it more difficult to use. Keep it rolled up and it will serve you very well indeed. Now, let's do the rectangular fuser mat, because this is such a brilliant project. And this, Delphine Brooks and I, both said the same thing about this. Like, how have I done without this? I thought I'd got every tool I ever needed, but now I need this because it's brilliant. So this is made by Millwood, and it's a 2-part fusible set, okay? This is brilliant if you do fusible applique, but also if you're a dressmaker and you use fusible interfacings, or you're a bag maker and you use lots of fusible foam or interfacings. So starting off, you've got your Teflon flexible. This is almost like those baking sheets that you can get, but this is made for fusible applique. It's kind of see-through, okay, so that you can put your pattern, your applique pattern, underneath, and you'll be able to see the design. And then you can lay your bonded appliques on top of it, fuse them to the mat, and then peel off the whole thing in one, then put it onto fabric and fuse the whole thing in one go. Or put your fabric down here, put your fusible appliques on top, lay your, I call this the goddess sheet, over the top. This will stop things blowing away, but also then you iron through this sheet, so you will never get glue on your ironing board, dirty marks on your fabric, all these dramas. If you're ironing something like taffeta, silk, organza, even some of the more plasticized fabrics, not doing applique at all, try ironing them through this, because this actually works as a really good pressing mat as well, and will protect your iron from melting fabrics. Or if you do things like art quilting, where you're using things like Angelina fibres, or these kind of more speciality fibres, again, this is perfect for you. Really good buy, amazing product. Had a lovely message from Tina, who says, "Hi Stuart, my partner bought your book, Quilts from the Country, for me, and I've never done any quilting, but I'm going to be giving it a go. I also have your quilt kit, so I'm hoping to do that." That's from Tina. That's fabulous and brilliant work on behalf of your partner. Thank you as well to both of you. Yeah, wonderful. Really good product this. And this just rolls up for storage. So I would actually recommend, I don't often keep packaging, but if you keep the box, you can just pop it back in the box. Or you could even just put an elastic band around that and you can store it upright, however, but roll it up. And it just stores brilliantly like that. I wish cutting mats also rolled up for storage, but they don't. So that is the rectangular version. Should we do the ironing board version? We're very limited on the ironing board version. If you can run to it, and you do a lot, especially like dressmakers as well, this is the best option, because look, it's actually, yeah. So look, so this goes on your ironing board. All right, let's just move this out of the way for a second. So this goes on your ironing board. All right. Yeah, and that'll fit anything from a standard to a really big one. Okay. Ellen says the sounds on your microphone are a bit odd. Is it? Oh, there's a bit of an ongoing issue, apparently. Apologies, Ellen. Do I sound robotic? The other thing as well is, that is like a non-slip mat, so that's not moving anywhere, which is rather good. So that goes down on your ironing board, fabric on top, or your appliques on top, and then you've got your goddess sheet, which again, you can use this separately if you prefer. You don't have to use the Teflon mat as well, but it's just an extra layer of protection. So dressmakers, imagine when you're doing your dressmaking, being able to protect everything. And any gumminess from interfacings, they're all going to be contained. Mandy says, I bought this last year, great product. Lovely show, Stuart. I'm removing Christmas decks. It's a bit easier watching you. Oh, thank you. I 50% de-Christmased my house before I came away, and Charlie is doing the other 50% while I'm away. Aren't you, Charlie? Please, hopefully. It's really just the Christmas tree to do now. No, we will, bless him. Yeah, I love all the Christmas decks, but then I also love to reclaim the house. And I love the fact that the house feels twice as big once all the decorations are down. What I don't like is that I then have to start cleaning properly again. Don't like that so much. I quite like the Christmas decorations being on surfaces because I can't dust. I just can't, I'm afraid. I can't dust. And there we go. Again, store this by rolling it up. And if you keep the box, you can pop it back in there. If you don't, just an elastic band around it. And, yeah, there it is. Stored. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Now, let's move on. Let's talk H640. Yes. Can someone pass them to me? Is that all right? Thank you. So we're going to do H640 next. So this is a fleece lean product. It's a fusible fleece. So it's a polyester wadding, batting sort of thing with a fusible layer on it. Thank you, Dan. Okay. H630 is a thinner project. That's already sold out. This is H640. We all love this. It is 90 centimetres wide, am I right? It's 90 centimetres wide, and this is for ½ metre. Now, the ½ metre is pre-cut, so if you multi-buy, this is going to come in separate ½ metre pieces. Really, really good for bag making. I also really like this for things like wall hangings, because the polyester holds its shape very, very nicely. You've got your fusible fleece on one side. There's your thickness. And then you've got your fusible on the other side. It's a Vliseline product. It takes about 15 seconds of continuous heat to bond it to fabric. Okay. Now, most of you who have checked out your baskets have checked out on multiple units. Just keep in mind, those will come as separate half. Oh, it says on the details it's pre-cut. Yeah, they'll come as separate ½ metre pieces. But still, super, super brilliant stuff. Love H640. And it is very lovely, actually, in bag making, because, again, that polyester holds its shape rather nicely. So if you want a soft, squishy bag that still holds its shape really rather nicely, it's a great option. Now, next up, we have got Styleville, and this is a foam. Now, you know I love Bosal in our form. This is Vliseline's version. So this is a foam core. This is a sew-in version. So you're either going to use this in combination with 505 basting spray to hold the layers together while you construct or quilt, or you can pin your fabrics, and then I just use a basting stitch within the seam allowance to baste. Oh, is it fusible? Oh, I beg your pardon. What, single-sided? Single-sided fusible. Okay. Yeah, I think this side is fusible. Yeah. Yeah, feels slightly rougher on the fusible side. Beg your pardon. Yeah, so fusible on one side. And this gives your projects great structure, firm structure, but still kind of squishy. So baskets, boxes, bags with structure. It's really nice to use for things like table runners as well. A little bit more protective as well. That is ½ metre. This one is cut to order though. So if you buy multiple units, it will come as a continuous piece. £6.99. £6.99 per ½ metre. Just to give you a rough idea, ½ metre is enough to make like a small satchel or shoulder bag. If you're making something larger, like a large laptop bag, go for 1 metre. Something like a weekend bag, probably want 1.5 metres. Okay, next up, we're going to do Bosal sewing. So this is a foam. Bosal in our form, it's that one there. That's the one, thank you. Ending 45, thanks. Yes. So this is, as I was saying, Styleville is Vliseline's version. This is... Now, this, I'll just hold this up actually for a second so you can see. This is what ½ metre looks like. Now, for a laptop bag, ½ metre, plenty. ½ metre's plenty. If I lay it down and show you, you know, it would actually make one bag with a flap like that big, which is massive, okay? So, yeah, more than enough to make a large laptop-style bag. This is cut to order again. This is a sew-in, so this is the one where I would use 505 to hold the layers together or baste the fabric to the in-our form. And this has got lovely structure to it. Lovely structure, but still soft, squishy, very easy to sew. You don't need to use a walking foot. 12.99 for half a metre. Now, next up, Decaville. Now, this is the regular Decaville. So this is a heavyweight, fusible interfacing. Now, in terms of thickness, it's about the thickness of thin card, okay? So if you can see there, that's your thickness. So it's not particularly thick. It won't add any bulk, but can you see just how firm it is? It's almost like leather, like a thin leather in terms of like the feel of it. This shiny side is the fusible side. So you would put maybe your outer fabric, so something like a bag flap or outer purse, or if you're making something like cube storage pods, something like that, or the base for a bag as well. It's very useful. It's very firm. You don't want this in your seam allowances. So if your fabric is, say, 5.5 inch wide, you would cut this at 5 inch wide and use 1/4 inch seam, or even slightly under that, so that it's not captured in your seam allowances. You don't want that bulk. But brilliant product. Now, next up I've got Lamifix. So this is a sort of coating, if you like. It's heat fusible. So you'll see there's a shiny side. There's the shiny side. And then there's a kind of more dull side. So this side you put on your, I think, yes, on your fabric, and you iron it into place. Yes, that's right. You iron it into place onto the right side of your fabric. Okay, so the pretty side of the fabric would be facing up. You put this matte side down, shiny side up, and then you iron, but iron from the wrong side, so from the fabric. Okay. And what it does is it creates like a laminated effect on the fabric. So ideal for things like toiletry bags, makeup bags, art rolls, you know, kind of pencil rolls, things like that. It makes the fabric wipeable. Lunch bags, things like that. The fabric isn't washable though, so keep that in mind. It's wipeable, not washable. Also really useful for things like cat and dog feeding mats. Really fun. Like one piece of that, you could make a kind of fish-shaped mat for the cat food to go on, or a bone-shaped mat for the dog food to go on. Would be fun. Or hamsters or rabbits or any other pet. All the pets, all the pets. All right, I've got piping cord. And I've essentially got the 3 little bears of piping cord. And you know me, I do love a bear. I've got the chunky daddy bear. Let's start there. This is 10 millimetres, 1 centimetre wide. So this is a really nice chunky. Now this is ideal for bag handles, either covered or not, like a nice shopping bag. 99p for half a metre, but if you multi-buy this, it does come all joined in a continuous length, okay? This goes very, very quickly. It flies out. This is also good for if you want to do really chunky piping on home decor. Nice on a sofa cover, loose covers. You can also use this if you're doing something like a knitting bag and you haven't got any circular plastic handles. You can actually use this to make your own fabric covered version. And they're easier to sew in than a rigid plastic circular handle as well. Okay, so that's that one. Now I've got the mummy bear, the medium sized. Again, this is by the half metre. This is 5 millimetres, so half the width of the chunky. This is 99p for half a metre. Now keep in mind, if you're doing piping on an 18-inch cushion, you need 2 metres, 4 units, to pipe 1 cushion. Really nice in a bag as well. I've really started using a lot of piping in bags, either around seams or around the flap, or even just in a seam. It just adds a little pop of colour. And then baby bear, baby bear. This is really nice in bag making. This is 2 mil wide, 49p a half metre, and again cut to order. Just to give you an idea, so that's still really, really nice for things like putting binding on bags particularly, or quilts. So on a quilt, I would do it here. I would do it in the piping, and I would put covered piping cord just here. Just here. So imagine that covered in a pop of colour, like a darker yellow or a white or something like that. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, let's move on. Laurie says, I've used piping in bag making. Oh, sorry, no, this is the Lamifix, I think. Makes it so easy to clean and wipeable, great for a lunch bag. Yes, yes, yeah, very good idea. Right, next up, we have got the Simplicity Bias Binding Maker. This is a genius product, absolutely brilliant. Really good for dressmakers, really good for quilters as well. £124.99, and it includes 5 different sizes of tip. Okay, so you get... no, actually 6, I beg your pardon, 6. You get 4 single fold bindings, so 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch and 1 inch, and then 2 quilt binding widths. You get a 1 inch and a 1 1/4 inch. And this is all automated. I've got one of these, they are brilliant. I know Alison Marion is a huge fan as well, and you can do so much binding. It folds it, it presses it, it does everything in one go. We'll do a quick price comparison. This is Hobbycraft. This is Hobbycraft. Oh, excuse me. Itchy nose, what does that mean? £135. Exactly the same. We're already beating the price at £124.99. Nicely beating it, actually. But we are going right down under £100. £99.99, 2 split pay, so £49.99 to split pay, and that will get it home. That's a fabulous saving, Hannah. It's a fabulous saving. Let me just show you how it all kind of fits together. So, I always have to remind myself how this comes off. Wait a minute, am I trying to take the wrong bit off? No. Oh, thank you. There we go. I knew I'd work it out. Right. So, look, what you've got here, this is your ironing plate. So when you plug this in, this heats up. Now, you've got all your different heat settings here. It doesn't matter whether you're using nylon, acrylic, wool, linen, cotton. You can use all those different fabrics to make binding. This is your on-off. This is your run. This is your iron reset. Okay. And basically, what you do is you cut your fabric. Okay, you cut your strip of fabric, either on the bias or not. It depends how you're going to use it. And you basically roll it onto this roller. You can make like 20 metres of binding in like a couple of minutes. It's amazing. Then once you've done that, this gets slotted in here. Okay. Then you've got this sort of uptake. So you drape your fabric over the top of that. And then your fabric goes through your tip. So you'll recognise these because you can buy individual ones, but these are slightly different in that they have this clip and this clip here, which means that it slots into the machine, okay, like so. So you put your fabric through the tip, and if we have a look at the picture here with it all set up, you can see the roller at the back with the fabric draped over the uptake and then going through the tip. Now, once it goes through the tip, you kind of pull it through with a pin, and then it goes across this ironing surface here. Okay? and across the roller at the front. And then once that's all done, you can then just slot this back in together and press run. And basically the whole load of fabric shoots through. It's absolutely incredible. It shoots through at a rate of knots, and it is folding your fabric. It is ironing your fabric, and basically strips of fabric go in and perfect bias comes out the other end. It doesn't matter whether you need 1 metre or 30 metres, just like that. Brilliant. 6 different sizes. Now remember, if you go to Hobby Craft, you could pay £135 for the same product. All the money today, £135. Or you can shop with us and pay £35 and a penny less and take advantage of split pay if you like and pay $49.99 today, get it home. Absolutely brilliant. If you're a quilt maker, fabulous. Dressmaker, I mean, it's a no-brainer. Sandra from Lanarkshire says, oh, the bias maker has jumped into my basket. They do things like that, you know. They also make your bias binding for you. Placemats, clothing, quilting. Also for things like stained glass window or plique, where you might need 30, 40, 50 metres of bias binding. If you buy the Clover pre-folded bias for that, I think it's about £1 a metre or more, £1.50 a metre for that folded. It's only black fabric, a little narrow strip of black fabric, but it's really expensive. You'll know if you're a dressmaker, if you buy bias binding packs, it's really expensive. Usually the fabric is really cheap, really poor quality fabric, and usually it's like just a solid colour. Now with this, you could make bias binding in Liberty Tana Lawn, very special. You could make it in a candy stripe, beautiful. Polka dots. You could make it in a gorgeous solid. You could make it in gold lame. You can make it however you want in 6 different widths. And the best thing of all is it's the touch of a button and it runs through. If you want to see a demo, actually, watch back the Christmas Day demo. Leslie from Greater Manchester says, I adore my bias maker, make far more than I need just to use it, but I never run out of bias. Yes, actually, Leslie, you've made a good point there. It is rather addictive. You may well find yourself turning your stash into bias binding. But then it's usable, isn't it? It's ready to use, or even ready to sell. If you go to quilt class or dressmaking class, maybe you start making bias and selling it in 5-metre pieces or 10-metre pieces, wrapped around a piece of card. That would, I mean, yeah, I would buy that. Lovely. You get your cord, by the way, and you get a UK plug. Am I right? You get a UK. This is not the plug you get. You get a UK plug. And it goes in. Yeah, you get a UK plug. And then when you're finished with it, it folds down. So this goes in here, like that. This goes in here, like that. And then the whole thing just clips together. How cool is that? I made myself a little zippy pouch to put these and this in, and they live together. Just a quick, easy zippy pouch, or a little drawstring pouch to keep these in. It's a brilliant, brilliant product, actually. It works really well. The fact that it folds and irons, amazing. We've got a little video for you. I mean, you choose. Would you rather watch me or... I don't know. Lots and lots of you with this in your basket. Brilliant, brilliant product. Here we go. Watch this. Watch this. Replace the iron plate cover and press go. Wait for the green light and run. Look, and that is it. That's how quickly it works. Fabric goes in, bias comes out. Look. Fabulous. That's the double fold bias, where like the, you know, like dressmaker's bias, and you can do bias cut fabric or you can do straight cut strips. You can do either, and it works brilliantly. Absolutely fab. Save yourself £35 and a penny by buying it today from Sewing Street. Tomorrow it'll be £124.99. If you go to Hobbycraft today, you'll pay £135 for it. Same product. That would be awful. I'd be upset if I bought that and then realised I could have paid £35 and a penny less. You get 6 different size tips. Hilary says, I've used my bias tape maker for years. I wouldn't be without it. Oh, yeah, I agree. I've had mine for years as well, and I use it all the time. It's brilliant. Do keep going through for that before they run out. Lots of you for it. Now, can I do flatter? Because I'll tell you why. Because whenever I'm making bias fabric, I spray my fabric first, my fat quarter, my half metre, iron it with some flatter first, and then when it goes through the tape maker, you get a really crisp bias tape, and that crispness lasts. Also, for any kind of patchwork and quilting, I reach for the flatter. It is an absolutely brilliant product. I've got 6 different flavours, including flavourless. It's not flavoured, it's scent. I'm going to start with Celebration. Very, very limited this. I've literally got 8 bottles left. You get 248 mils. £13.99, £6 saving. Oh, these bottles last for ages. The scent of Celebration... Oh, it's kind of gorgeously fruity, floral, got a lovely freshness to it. It's sweet. If you love kind of fruity kind of scents and scented candles, that kind of thing, this is the one for you. It's a Celebration in a bottle. You only need to spray once. You do not need to be, you know, one and then iron. If you've got a really stubborn crease down the middle, spray along. Let it sit for 10 seconds and then press it and it'll be gone. Really helps to increase the handleability of your fabric. I've only got 5 of those left. Next up, Fig. Fig reminds me of, you know, like kind of Joe Malone, expensive candles. I know other brands are available, but that gorgeous, deep, rich, kind of roasted fig kind of scent. Beautiful, beautiful. Fruity but deep, sophisticated. Again, 248 mils. Spray your fabric, okay, as a whole piece of fabric. Iron it, then cut it into strips for bias binding. Or if you're using it for, say you're making half square triangles, spray your fabric, iron your fabric, then cut your squares or your triangles, and then don't try spraying thin strips or little triangles. Well, you can, but once you're then ironing it, that you run the risk of distorting those pieces of fabric. So you're much better off spraying your yardage first. It's also, if you like to pre-wash your fabrics, it helps restore the handle of your fabric. Makes the fabric a little firmer, behaves a little better, a little more. That's your Fig. Next up, let's go scent-free, because not everybody is into smells on things like sprays. You might be making it for somebody who, again, is rather sensitive to smells. Scentless. It's scentless. but it still does that great job of creating flatter, smoother, easier to work with fabric. It's also really good as well if you travel a lot for work or for pleasure, lucky you, and you just want something for refreshing your clothes when they come out of the suitcase. A little spritz of this, a quick flash over with the iron, and they'll be good as new. That's scentless. Right, next up, personal favourite, Pineapple Grove, because this one's like a cocktail. It's juicy, fruity, like the ripest roasted pineapple. Again, you know, I hope I don't need to say, these aren't, you can't drink them, these are not consumable. Enjoy the scent, but that's all. I have to say that. Pineapple Grove. Oh, it sounds like a retirement home, doesn't it, in the Caribbean? John Scott currently lives in Pineapple Grove. I'm joking. I've ordered the bias maker. Please, can you spray with the machine? Yes, yes, Christine. So you spray your fabric, okay? Spray your fabric, just as a whole piece of fabric, like a fat quarter. Spray it, iron it dry, then cut your strips, either straight or bias, then run them through the machine. So you don't need to run the strips through damp, okay, and then it irons them. In the same way that if I was using a handheld bias maker, I would spray the fabric, iron the fabric, cut the strips, then run it through. The fact that the fabric has got even the dried product in it means that when it's folded and it runs through, it will remain crisper. Yeah, so you're still running dry strips of fabric through, but they've already got that flatter in the fabric. It's a brilliant product. Brilliant product, yeah, really good. That's Pineapple Grove. Next up, Yuzu. Yeah, Yuzu. This is a close second favourite of mine. This is the Yuzu. A Yuzu is like a Japanese grapefruit style of fruit. And again, it's got that sort of, it's a bit, if I say aftershavey, I don't mean that kind of, you know, gentleman's club, very dark, woody kind of. I mean more that kind of fresh, daytime, zesty kind of aftershavey smell. It's quite masculine, but it's also citrusy. I'm just hoping, you know, one day someone's watching and thinking, do you know, I want him to work for my aftershave company. And I don't really. I always think smells are hard to describe because mostly you can't remember a smell, can you? If you smell it again, suddenly it takes you back, but you can't remember a smell. You can remember a sound, you can remember an image, but you can't remember a smell. Then the last one is lacy. Very, very limited stock of lacy. Very limited stock of lacy as well. 6 left. That always makes me think of daisies. And not that daisies are particularly scented flowers, are they? But it's got that lightness of like early summer, sunshine, kind of green smells, you know? Kind of lovely, wedding-y freshness. That is lacy. Lots and lots in baskets. I've only got 2 of those left. None left. That's sold out now. I'll give that to you, Dan. That one's sold out. Thank you. I'll do your swap. The bias tape maker, my goodness me, it's been super, super busy. Now, you should be paying £135 for this, according to Hobbycraft. £135. Now, on any normal day, £124.99 from Sewing Street. A good £10 and a penny saving. Love that. Today is the day. If you wanted a sale price, if you wanted a bargain price, the best price, it's today. We've still got split pays on this of $49.99, $99.99 today. £35 and a penny less than you'd pay elsewhere. So I think that's a very, very good day to get it. And split pay, of course, as always, 0 interest, no credit checks. You don't have to fill in a form. That would annoy me if I had to do any of those things before I could have split pay. You just do a tick in a box. Yes, I'd like split pay, and you've got it. You pay your $49.99 today, and we send you the machine. Yeah. We send this machine out to you, and you get it in 4 or 5 days or so. Away you go. This will turn a strip of fabric into perfect bias tape in seconds. It's absolutely amazing. It's so addictive. There is a danger that you will turn your entire stash into bias tape. 6 different sizes of tip. Everything from, I want to be correct here, 1/4 inch wide, right through to 1 1/4 inch. Now you get 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch, 1 inch single fold, and 1 inch and 1 1/4 inch quilt binding fold. So that's like a double fold in or a single fold for binding. Absolutely brilliant products, and so easy to use. Fabric on there. This is your uptake bar that the fabric goes over. And then here's your interchangeable nozzles. They literally just clip in. They're included. All 6 are included. Okay. And then this just unclips. There's your ironing surface. This heats up. You've got your button here for choosing your different heat for your iron. I mean, this is so sophisticated because, I mean, it could have just been on or off, couldn't it? Just for cotton fabric, 1 heat setting. But it's actually got loads of different heat settings. So you can do everything from really delicate silk or nylon right through to wool, cotton, linen. Fabric goes under there, and literally you press the button, you press your run button, and it whizzes through. Just brilliant stuff. I've got one, Hillary's got one, Alison Marion's got one. Marie from Lancashire says, "Hi Stuart and team, my big dread is making the bias. I've just purchased the bias maker. You don't have to dread it anymore. It's so easy, Marie. You'll love it. You'll love it." And I'm not being biased here. I'm being straight with you. I'm here all week. Try the veal. Don't do that. Wendy's also got in touch. She says, "Hello, this is going to make my sewing life so much quicker. I'm looking forward to receiving it and playing." Yeah, now you see our previous message was, "Oh, I've always feared making bias, don't like it." Now it becomes something that's fun. It's like, I can't wait to cut my fabric up and turn it into bias or straight of grain tape. Make it and sell it. Why not? And you can make it in anything you like. Any colour, any design. You can do gold lame, silver lame bias. You could even do scrappy. So obviously, none of us are going to have a 20-metre continuous strip of fabric. You just join your fabric. Now, my recommendation is to use a diagonal seam. So Valerie's asking, will it work with sewing machine joined material? Yes. So when you join your 2 strips together, rather than a straight seam, do that sort of L shape where you do the diagonal seam. Trim your seam allowance back. You just want it about 1/4 inch or less, and press it open. So it's just like you would get on commercially made bias binding, to be fair. Even if you've cut your strips straight of grain, still join them with a diagonal seam. Press your seam allowance open, roll it onto your roll, and it will run through beautifully. Absolutely fab. But my top tip is pre-treat your fabric with spray starch, flatter, best press, any of these. Iron it dry as fabric, dry, then cut your strips, then run them through the tape maker, and you will get beautiful, crisp tape. Absolutely fab. There's a small queue on the phone line. The team are getting through. Remember, it's a free phone number, and they will get to you as quick as they can. We're going to go to a break. When we're back, Emma Bradford's here, and oh my goodness me, I'm in love with this. I'm seeing dandelions, which are just such a gorgeous, or sunflowers. What do you see in these modern blooms? If you're afraid of piecing curves, fear not. The expert is in the house. Emma's going to demystify curve piecing for us right after this break.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them. Understitching is a term that I get asked about a lot. You understitch a facing or a pocket edge to help it lie really crisply when you turn it to the wrong side. I've stitched my pocket piece onto the garment. To understitch it, I'm going to open my pocket piece away from the garment with the seam towards the pocket piece. To understitch, I'm going to stitch down very close to the edge of the pocket piece, catching the seam in with my stitching. So now you need to sew it. So make sure you find a spot on your sewing machine foot so that you can line it up close to the edge of the seam. You'll see that the seam has been caught out of the way, and when folded to the wrong side, your pocket edge is going to lie really nice and flat.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Good to have your company today. My goodness, we're having a busy day. Now, this hour, we're going modern, curvy, bold, and really beautiful. Need to let you know, the original colourway of Modern Blooms by Emma Bradford is flying out. If you want to get hold of this kit, this one right here, Emma, hi, welcome back. This is lush. This is lush. Absolutely gorgeous. Really love that.
Thanks.
Really joyful. Quarter of the stock's already gone. Let me show you what's in there. Now, this is a beautiful modern quilt. Curve piecing, which Emma is going to completely demystify for us. Something to be embraced. The very first question from Jamie. Hi, Stuart. How do I make a curved stem on a square? A curved seam. A curved seam. That is what we're going to do. That is what we're going to do. Sorry, I was a bit... Okay, yes, that's what we're doing this hour, right?
Yeah.
We're going to talk about curves. Don't you worry. So here is your kit. So you get your pattern for modern blooms. Emma, what size is the quilt?
Oh, good question. It should say in the...
Yep, 72 inches square.
Okay, because I usually do make a good bed-size quilt.
But also as well, what's really lovely is it does not take a lot of blocks. Yes, curve piecing. I love curve piecing. It is not going to take long to make this quilt top at all, and what a joy to make. You get full instructions, full layout, full-size pattern pieces as well. And look at this gorgeous fabric that you get. You've got 4 meters of cream. You've got 3 meters of the green. That is my kind of green.
I like the chartreuse. It was my
Chartreuse.
Yeah.
You also get 1.5 meters of the corn yellow. And then, this is rather lovely, a splodged yellow.
Oh, nice.
1/2 meter of
Yeah,
that.
little...
Lovely. Yeah.
Like...
So you get like one of the blooms is in that contrast.
Yeah.
I think that's a really lovely, subtle touch.
Thank you.
It's delish, absolutely gorgeous, full of energy, full of life, beautiful. And you get your pattern, of course, for under £70. That's amazing. You're getting 9 meters of fabric there and a pattern for under £70. It's amazing, Emma. Such a good buy. Loads of those in baskets. Pretty much all the remaining stock is in baskets for that kit. Another one checked out. Lucky you, everybody else, this means you've got one less kit to buy. So be quick, all right, be quick. That's the original version, okay? Now, got a few different colourways. Now, front of the pattern, this is, let me show you this one, not that one, no, this one, front of the pattern. Okay, so where you've got those really dark teal leaves, those medium teal blooms, and then this single pop of magenta. How gorgeous is that? So there's your magenta pop. You've got that fabulous kind of Caribbean blue for your blooms. You've got the deep teal for your leaves, and then the whole thing is set on a background of this fabulous bright cream. Again, 9 meters of fabric plus your pattern. This now $64.99.
Oh wow!
This is a fiver less. Such a great price on this kit. $64.99. What an amazing price! What an amazing quilt. Again, though, Emma, this is beginner quilter level.
I think it is. I think if you've mastered the 1/4 inch seam, for sure.
Yeah.
It is one seam, so 64 blocks altogether, one seam per block.
I love that.
Yeah, and it's curves, and it's a nice big curve, so it's a nice easy curve.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have to confess, I did not do curves for the first 20 years of quilting.
I hear that.
Just because the lady who taught me, she right off the bat said, don't do curves, they're too hard. So I took it at her word until I actually tried it, and I'm like, oh, I don't understand what all the fuss is about.
Right.
It's actually quite simple.
You know, not just in quilting, but so many of the things we believe,
Yes.
if you really think about it, we believe them because someone told us to believe that. It may not actually be based on our experience.
Yeah.
because I'm totally with you. And a big curve is like several straight seams.
Yes.
Almost.
Yeah, and I'm not a pinner. I do pin on this one, but only in 3 places.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
That's as many pins as Emma Bradford does in a seam. 3. Okay? I think this is amazing. What a fabulous, great value kit. A beautiful, bold, modern quilt. $64.99. Now, if you love a dark background with a bright... I think this is stunning. This is part of the quilt. I think that is gorgeous. You've got that single pop of teal in that single bloom. The rest of your blooms are that gorgeous, soft blossom pink.
It is nice. Yeah.
That is bumbleberries. And then you've got those gorgeous cream leaves against the black background. Let me show you the fabric. So your cream is Dreams from Lewis and Irene. I love
that one gives me a very Art Deco feel.
It does. It is Art Deco. You've got that pop of turquoise, again in Dreams. You've got the majority of your blossoms in that beautiful blossom pink, bumbleberries. And then you've got your black solid, which is going to create that dramatic background. Now, even though we are using designer fabrics for our leaves and our blossoms, the price is still under £90, $89.99 for this. And you get your pattern included as well. Absolutely gorgeous. This is how it's going to look. I'm really taken with that, Emma.
Is that nice?
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I don't have loads of these kits at all across any of the colourways. Hannah, are you the deal fairy? The design fairy. £10 off. Thank you very much. We'll take that. $79.99. Thank you very much. Amazing. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. If New Year, new hobby means I'm going to try curves for the first time, this is the place to start. Easy. Like you said, you don't make many blocks where there is one seam for the whole block. That's blown me away. Love that. Right. Lots of you coming in for that. If you want the pattern on its own, you can get the pattern on its own. Not available as a digital download this time. Okay, I've got low double figures of this pattern available. $9.99. You get full instructions and you get full-size templates. Now, Princess Maya's message in and says, actually, you know what? My very first quilt involved curves. I didn't know enough then to be scared of curves. I'm loving where this is heading. And it did take a bit of head scratching for me and the husband to figure it out. How does that fit to that bit? But you did it right. Mm-hmm. And I think this is often the way. Like, if you don't know that you're meant to be scared of something, you're not meant to be scared of curves any more than you're meant to be scared of quilting your quilts. Yeah. No one told me that free motion quilting was hard. I was just told to free motion quilt it, so I free motion quilted it. Yeah. And I loved it. Maybe that's the answer. Yeah. Don't be scared.
No.
Just want to quickly mention the colourway that's behind Emma, proving very, very popular. This is delicious. This is zesty, dandelions or sunflowers or however
oranges.
You want to...
Oranges on the tree.
Yes. Or marigolds.
Oh, yes, marigolds.
Good question from a customer asking, should we pre-wash the fabrics before we start? Are you a pre-washer?
Well...
Do the colours run?
Well,
I've never had that problem.
I'm very much of a... There's no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you.
Right.
So from most of my quilting career, I have washed. So literally, as I bought fabric, it went straight into the wash so that I knew everything that came out of my stash was already pre-washed.
And when you say into the wash, machine?
Yeah.
Temperature?
I tend to do all my wash on cold, to be fair.
On hot?
Cold.
Oh, on cold. It's like
Yeah.
a 30 degree.
Even less.
Even less than that.
Just cold, just
Okay.
as it comes out of the tap.
Right.
Because I'm a bit of a cheapskate.
No, it's fair enough.
I wish everything on cold. But just rinse it. So I just put it on the rinse cycle, just so it gets wet, and then dry it, either tumble dryer or on the line, either way. Most of my career, I will say, I have hand pieced, so it hasn't had that much effect. So what happens when you wash it is it does become a lot softer. All that starch and sizing that is in it when you buy it is out. So it is a very different texture when you use it after it's washed. You have to press and maybe use some best press or put a little bit of starch back into it if you prefer that. Colour catcher in it if you've got very strong colours. I would say most of the modern fabrics nowadays are pretty colour fast.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking 20, 30 years ago when if you didn't pre-wash your fabrics and you put your quilt in the wash, very often you'd have a disaster. So that would be the reason for pre-washing back then. I think nowadays they're a lot safer. I would still, if I'm washing a finished quilt for the first time, still add some colour catchers in there.
I do the same.
Just as a safety.
Yeah.
Just in case. But yeah, I would try both ways and see which way you prefer. So maybe you like it off the bolt better. I do find sometimes some particular fabrics, if I use it off the bolt, the sizing or what's in it makes me sneeze a little bit. So I'll have a bit of a congested nose.
The pre-washing is good for that as well. Yeah, great. Thank you.
But yeah,
good advice. It is personal preference. There are as many pre-washers as non-pre-washers, I would say. I steam press all my fabrics to tighten the weave up, to deal with any shrinkage. It's usually very minimal. And in terms of the colours running, as you said, Emma, modern processing, quality fabrics don't run, okay? And if there is the most slight transfer of colour, it is unnoticeable. However, when I wash my quilts, I always chuck 2 or 3 colour catchers, dye-along colour catchers into the wash. And if there is any fugitive dye, it will pick that up. But usually it's just a precaution. I've never had issues with that. So, yeah. Getting so many good questions today.
Yeah.
It's lovely, isn't it? Single figures on this, by the way. Single figures left, low single figures left. If you want that gorgeously bright and cheery version, grab it now. Okay, smashing. Yeah, let's go to demo if we may.
Yeah. Can I borrow one of your patterns?
Of course
quickly,
you can.
Just because I want to show.
Yeah, can I pass you that?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. There we go, thank you.
So one thing you will need is some sort of template plastic, because you have templates. All the fabric is cut from templates that are in the back, which are full size. They include the seam allowance. It's all thoroughly marked. So just be a case. Actually, I would just, to make it easier for myself, butt up a corner because it is a square, and literally just mark.
Oh, of course, good call.
Yeah, just mark my cut line, and then the same for the other one, and cut that out. So that's what you use for the cutting out.
So that's one sheet of no melt mylar, $5.99, job done, templates made.
And then, so then you end up with, and it tells you exactly in the instructions how many concave versus convex shapes that you need for each colour. There's a nice little chart in there. It's very explanative. What's the word? Explanatory?
Self-explanatory?
There we go. That's the one.
Yeah. It's very well explained.
Yes, there we go. And lots of pictures. So I'm going to show you, if I do this one, I'm doing this, the pattern colourway. It's on the front. So if I show you the first thing I'm going to do is start the pinning. So what I've done is I folded my shape in half. I'm just going to finger press to find the middle of that one. So I've got a nice little crease there. And I'm going to do the same. Oh, that was not quite cut.
You know, I think one of the things, actually one of our viewers mentioned it earlier, that throws people with curved piecing is, like, if you sew two squares together, they're both the same, the lengths are the same.
Oh, yes.
When you're doing curved piecing, the concave and the convex are different lengths, or so they appear.
Well, they are, because it has to accommodate the seam allowance.
Yes, that's it. If
So
you overlap them, that difference disappears.
Exactly.
Yeah. But that can throw people, and that's enough sometimes. If you haven't got great instructions, as you have from Emma, you can be like, what am I doing here? There's nothing to fear.
No, nothing to fear. So I've got those two creases. I'm just gonna
I'm
match up.
seeing where the 3 pins go now, Emma.
Yeah. So one in the middle, and then one at either end. So I've got my one in the middle, and then you just have to make sure that when you pin this one, that your edge is going the correct way. So it should overlap, well, not overlap, yeah, kind of overlap. Like that.
So that bit there is a square edge to a square edge.
It is.
Easy.
Where you start and where you end is absolutely a square edge to a square edge. And then they do the same here. Little tip, if you do get some very fine pins, very fine.
Yeah.
So I don't know which ones they're called, but you can actually get away, if you're very, very careful, with sewing, leaving your pins in while you sew over it. But they have to be the very, very skinny ones.
Lingerie or bridal pins.
Yes, and be very careful when you do it. So I've got it all pinned, and it is literally, the other thing is to be very gentle with your edges. So especially your concave edge, don't pull it at all. So you want to treat it as the most delicate silk. So just
So you
really
have your concave shape on top.
Yes, I always sew with a concave shape on top, just because I find it a lot easier.
Yeah.
You can see what's going on, because that's really the one that you need to manipulate, for want of a better word,
Yes.
into place. It's more of a gentle laying of the fabric in place. There's a 1/4 inch seam. There we go, take that out. And it literally...
Trust the process.
Trust the process.
here.
If you're a complete beginner, I would put it on the slowest. If you've got that option on your machine, put it on the slowest, because you really just want to go nice and easy and slow. And I'm not pulling my fabric. If anything, I'm letting that top layer bubble up a little bit.
And I can see you're just bringing the edges together, raw edges together, for perhaps 2 inches, sewing, and then bringing the fabric together as you go. And remember, it's one seam to make a whole block.
Oh,
Oh, hello.
I decided to go a little bit faster.
Oh, nice
There we
message
go.
from Pat on Facebook. She says, morning, Stuart and Emma.
Oh, morning.
What a good idea having all the sewing tips in the breaks. It helps a lot. Happy New Year to all. Yeah, lots of you loving the sewing tips in the breaks. We're almost halfway through this block, look, and you've
Yeah.
got to the pin and everything's lined up.
Well, just to show you how quick it does go together, so I actually just got the fabric on Thursday, and I managed to make,
You did that whole big section.
yep, I got half the quilt done already.
Amazing. Princess says she did finish her very first quilt, which was the one with curves, and she says, I did finish it. It was
Yay.
for my very first grandchild, my granddaughter, who is now nearly 11.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's lovely.
So I'm just going to, that's a nice thin one, just go over the edge. That is the only part, I would say, the one at the very end, if you do have a very thin pin, is probably the one that makes most difference to keep it in place when you're sewing over.
Otherwise, there is a tendency for those two fabrics to do what we call fishtail.
Yes.
And they split apart. There it is.
There we go.
There it is.
And
then
3
pins.
Yep. Oh, did I turn that on? I didn't. Oh, while that's warming up, I'll do another.
Okay, great. Do you want me to come and iron that for you?
Oh, please, yeah.
Do you want it towards the curve or towards the outside?
They tend to want to go towards the curve.
Fine.
So I don't fight them. Let's see. Ooh.
I'm the sewer's little helper.
Thank you.
So all I like to do, I just like to... Hello. Oh, there he is. Hi.
The other thing that I really love about this pattern is it is essentially one very large drunkard's path.
Yes.
Block. So if you ever look at all the different variations of drunkard's path quilts or blocks that you can make, you don't have to make blooms. I love the blooms, but if you want to do something completely different with your curves, because you'll have the template, there's nothing to say you can't do that at all.
Absolutely. I tell you what, that is, if you were thinking at the start of this, oh my goodness, sewing curves is hard, it will take loads of pins, it's difficult. Emma has just done that. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. Just take your time. It is one seam. That is one block made. Over half of this colourway is gone, by the way. If you love that pop of teal and bright pop of magenta on that gorgeous cream background with that deep dark teal leaf, be quick, won't you? There aren't a lot of kits left. That's amazing. That looks really good. Really good. Funnily enough, Emma, I was so inspired. I'm planning a curved quilt.
Oh.
I was looking yesterday at your modern blooms, and yeah, it's made me want to do curves.
Nice.
A message. Good morning, Stuart and Emma. Is Special Helper Stuart still for sale? Everyone should have a Special Stuart Helper. Sandra, stop. No, it was a one-time. It was a one-time offer only, I'm afraid.
I missed that.
Oh,
when was that?
Yesterday, Ben made a like I was a project that you could buy.
Oh.
The little Stuart, the little helper.
Okay. Do that one in a minute. Well, I did do some
I can
already.
press that for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So literally, just in the break, I already made these. So in about...
Wow, really?
Yeah, it took me about 15 minutes, not very long at all. Oh, let me do the... You can
Tell you what, I
seeing it
love
together.
this magenta.
Isn't it nice? I love teal and magenta are my two probably favourite.
It's a beautiful combination together, and with that dark teal as well.
Yes. Here we go.
Gorgeous. You know, I wasn't 100% sold on 3 pins, Emma, until I watched you do it, and now I'm thinking 3 pins for the win.
It is. That's all you need. As Michael says, listen to me now and believe me later.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
That's my takeaway. That's my takeaway. That's absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Do you want me to stick around? I feel like I'm going to have more work in a second.
Yeah, you will.
Okay.
Please. Oh, put it this way.
I say it was a one-time offer only, but actually we'll make it a 2-day special.
Oh, the other thing that we haven't mentioned as far as pinning goes, so when you pin, do you pin perpendicular to the seam or do you pin with the seam?
I like to pin from the side, perpendicular, because with the ends, so I can pull them out as I get to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I find, especially with quilting, Because if you pin with the seam, it tends to move the fabric a little bit against each other, so your shapes aren't always entirely aligned.
Yes, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
The only time I perhaps pin with the seam is maybe if I was adding like long quilt borders, just because one pin then holds the border in two places.
Oh, that's true.
So I might do that. But the other thing, have you seen the Clover double pins?
No.
Oh gosh, we'll have to get them back on.
Okay.
Clover do a double pin.
Okay.
Which basically is shaped like that.
Oh, a curve?
Yeah, like a curve with two pointed ends.
Oh.
So you pin and it pins in two places.
like a bobby.
Yes, like a bobby pin, but still going in from the side.
Ah.
I know.
That's a revelation.
Yeah. Good old Clover, eh? Clover are real innovators when it comes to notions.
I love so many.
Yeah.
Clover.
But there's good stuff from all the different manufacturers. It's really interesting, I think, over the years I've seen how, where they used to be like, oh, you must go for this brand.
Yeah.
Now, there's something to take from every brand.
Yes.
Everyone's innovating. Absolutely brilliant. No need to fear curves.
No.
And actually, when you then look at the quilt, you realise just how much impact you get out of, I'll say it again, one seam. One seam.
Yeah, and just a few colours.
Yeah.
Just a few colours.
Yeah. But this beautiful, bold design, so much movement, it's brilliant.
Oh, now we've got two of those, we can actually see what it would look like.
The colourway that's hanging behind Emma, the yellow, that gorgeous summery version, there's only 4 kits available now. Real danger time now, danger zone. And again, you've got your seam allowance maintained so that when you sew your blocks together, you end up with these beautiful, beautiful circular motif, circular.
Is that like
You're gonna be circular.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. Are you just seeing your opportunity now, making the whole quilt, Emma?
Yeah, since I have my helper.
I mean, why not make it in half the time? Get yourself a Stuart's little helper.
Oh, I didn't pin.
Oh, come on, Emma, we can't go down to 2 pins.
No, I definitely need this one. Yeah. There we go. Take that one out.
You know, Emma, I know at this time of year a lot of people make New Year resolutions and they're often a bit sort of negative. I'm going to stop doing this, I'm going to get rid of that. But I think I'm really keen on setting a goal, something
challenge.
to achieve. Yeah.
I completely agree. I actually started mine early. Yes, I am working on a big FPP quilt. Which is kind of my New Year's resolution one, because I've not been the biggest fan of FPP because it's took me a while to get my head around it. But I developed my little technique to make sure that everything covers and everything is pinned where it should be. And
love that.
So it just takes me a little longer.
Are you going to share this pattern with us at some point?
No. This is a kit that I bought.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've been doing it on my Friday night lives.
Yep.
Seeing it grow. It's a motorbike.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's going to be it's 60 by 80 inches.
Oh, cool.
And I'm on the 3rd row. I've almost got 3 rows done. I've just about got the handlebars and the mirrors done.
Okay.
Then I'm sort of working my way down.
Yeah, what are you piecing today, Emma? Handlebars.
Yep.
Love that. If you want the Now this one, this is the teal, the magenta, that mid-teal, the one that Emma's working on right now. Just need to let you know, I've only got 10 kits left.
Oh, wow.
How many in baskets? Way more in baskets. Way more in baskets. This one right here. So most like the front cover quilt, yeah. Boom, got one. I will master the dreaded curve.
Nice.
Now, Rebecca, you pretty soon you'll be saying the lovely curve,
Yes.
the gorgeous, easy curve.
It's definitely, I think starting
Well done.
large is definitely the way to go.
Agreed. Agreed.
I think this will be one of those quilts that you do it, you make it, see how quickly it is to put together, and I think you'll be well away.
Totally. Totally. And like you say, once you've learnt this technique and you've got these templates, actually there are so many fun ways of setting quarter circles or drunkard's
Yep.
path.
Absolutely. Or even if you wanted to recreate again, how gorgeous would it be, scrappy, with a same background, but everything else scrappy.
Beautiful.
I love a scrappy.
There we go. Another block. Remember, every time you see me ironing, that is another block finished.
Done.
You're making 64 for the whole quilt. And you've done, what, you're on your 7th block now? Just while we've
Probably.
been standing here, pretty much. That's impressive. Don't forget to get your Mylar. One sheet of Mylar. Now, Mylar is a special kind of template plastic that you can iron. It's heat resistant. So it's really useful. I love Mylar. One sheet's enough to make both templates, the innie and the outie. The concave and the convex. Just remember, caves go in.
Yeah. I have just labelled them A and B for ease.
Yes, that also works.
Yeah.
Mandy's got in touch from Herefordshire.
Hi.
Herefordshire. Morning all, my Elise iron has arrived today.
Ooh.
Looking forward to doing my ironing, which I never enjoy. You will now, Mandy.
Oh,
I
know.
love that. Looking forward to doing my ironing, which I never enjoy. Can I just show you as well? When I come to press the seams, I am just using my fingernail and my fingers just to gently turn the seam allowance towards the circle, and I'm just gently pushing. Now notice as well, Emma, you haven't snipped into seam allowance.
No.
Nothing, no, not
No,
necessary.
don't need to.
Not necessary.
It's nice, gentle. I think nice and gentle is the motto for this quilt. For handling your cut pieces, sewing your pieces together, and for the curve itself, it's all just nice and gentle.
And that's it. And if I just flip it over, you can see, look, 3 pins. Look at that. Just take your time, easy peasy. You've really, really have demystified sewing
Yay.
these curves, Emma. If anybody out there is still afraid of curves, there's no hope. And there is. There's always hope. Okay, so if I master the curve, how do I master the free motion quilting, says Claire in Gloucestershire. Oh. Quilting, we say patchwork and quilting like it's all one thing. Patchwork is one hobby. Quilting is a separate hobby and a separate skill set.
Absolutely.
And I actually said to somebody last night in a message on Facebook, she was asking about how can I get better at quilting because I don't enjoy it. And I said to her, it's all about practice, practice, practice. And don't practice quilting on your quilts. That is not a time to practice.
No.
You practice on calico sandwiches.
Yep.
Okay. And that what you want to quilt, and you practice lots. And if quilting is not, and I never thought I'd say this, Emma, and I almost stopped myself writing this comment, and then I thought, no, this is supportive, and it's meant in a supportive way. I said, if quilting is not for you, You can still do the patchwork and send your quilts to a long armour. You know, there is an alternative now. They are separate hobbies and separate skills.
I've got quite a few clients that just fully admit they love to make the tops, love the piecing, but the quilting, it's just not for them. And it just makes more sense to send them off and know that it's just going to be done, it's beautiful, and they don't have to worry about it.
Exactly. I mean, you know, I used to do loads of cross-stitch. I always used to send my cross-stitch to an art shop who stretched and framed it for me.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
I didn't do that finishing myself.
No.
What's the difference, really?
Exactly.
Different skill set, different tools. And the thing is, genuinely, and this is, again, comes from a supportive place, you can spend years, your whole life, perfecting quilting. If you don't want to do that, you want beautiful results now, today, get your quilt long-armed. And that's exactly what you'll get on your very first quilt. And that is a fabulous way of finishing your quilt. There's no prize for the person that did it all themselves just because. You may get a wonderful sense of satisfaction by doing that. You may not.
Yes.
If it's holding you back finishing your quilts and it's making you say, oh, no, I can't start a project because I haven't finished the last one, do what you need to do to get that finished.
Yes. In my world, there's no quilt police.
No way.
Whatever works for you.
Yeah.
No judgments. We listen.
You have a little break while I do your ironing for you.
Okay. You want me to start making them?
No, go for it. Keep going. Now, the yellow colourway is sold out. Well done if you got that. Absolutely beautiful. The graphics are in for this version. Now, just to let you know, there are 4 of these left.
Oh, wow.
These have flown out. There are 18 in baskets.
Ooh. Don't miss out.
It's interesting, Emma, that with every block that you sew, you're showing again and again how achievable this quilt is for everybody. I mean, you're an expert quilt maker. There's no denying it. But you're showing, live on air, 3 pins, a few minutes, take your time, it's done.
Yeah. And like I said, I did not do curves for the first 20 years of quilting.
Same.
And now quite happily to tackle. I know these are a bit larger to make them a bit easier, but why not?
Yeah, agree.
And start large and then you can work your way down to smaller once you've mastered this one, because you know exactly how it's going to go together.
Completely. Now, I know Emma's, and we've been talking about long arm and that kind of thing, but another way that this quilt would look absolutely beautiful, quilted, is a diagonal diamond crosshatch.
Ooh, can't go wrong
marked with masking tape and your walking foot on your domestic sewing machine. This quilt would look fabulous with a crosshatch.
Yeah, absolutely. Or even not marked, you can use your... very often the machines, they have that little bar.
Oh, the little bar.
Yeah, once you've got the first one, maybe make the first line. Once you've got the first line done, you're well away.
Completely.
Yeah?
Absolutely. So, you know, there's different ways to do it. Now look, Delia has just messaged and said, I'm just about to start quilting my garden maze. After taking your advice, Stuart, I've decided on a simple crosshatch until I get more experience with free motion. Delia, that will look stunning.
Yes, you can't go wrong with a crosshatch.
And my current obsession, actually, for cross-hatching is to do double diamond cross-hatching. Oh. So either use a twin needle and 2 thread, or I prefer quilt it once, and then if I'm still in the mood, I quilt the whole thing a second time with a second line, about 1/4 inch away from the first. But you can do it in one go by just using a twin needle. Steph says, as my late mum used to say, nobody is born an expert. It takes time and practice. Just enjoy having a go. Such supportive words there. Now, let's talk about the patterns and the quilt kits that I've got left. The one we're working on right now, there's 2 left. There's literally 2 of these left. You get 9 metres of fabric for $64.99 and a pattern. You get 4 metres of cream. You get 3 metres of really dark teal. This is your leaves, this is your background. You get 1.5 meters of medium teal. These are your blooms. And then that one bloom, gorgeous in magenta. $64.99 for 9 meters plus your pattern. Absolutely brilliant value. And Emma has shown us in spades that this is achievable, this is fun, you can do it. Be quick, 2 left. Now the other colourway, which kind of flips things on its head, this time you've got a solid black background. Really going to make those colours pop. Emma and I agree this has an Art Deco feel to it. You have got your single bloom in Teal Dreams. This is designer fabric from Lewis and Irene. You've also got 1.5 meters of this gorgeous blossom pink for the majority of your blooms. And then you have got 3 meters of cream Dreams fabric to create your leaves, and this is the colourway. Obviously this is half the quilt, should be £89.99. You're saving £10 there, you're getting your pattern included. What a lovely combination, really different, that one. Sue says, you know, someone once said to me, if your points match, have a biscuit as a little treat. Oh, yeah. If they don't match, have 2. Oh, come on. Sheena from Lincolnshire says, I have learned so much from both of you this morning. Thank you so much. What thread do you recommend for quilting, please?
Oh, for quilting? I tend to, well, I don't use less than a 40 weight in my long arm. So I usually go a little bit higher than that. And a domestic, 50 or 40, I would say.
So in terms of the thickness, Yeah,
definitely increase your stitch length to at least 3 or a little bit more if you want to. Always use a walking foot.
Do you use cotton thread, poly, blend?
Again, it's personal preference, but I tend to stick to 100% cotton for everything. And only because I have had a quilt that I've been asked to fix, essentially, from that was an old, probably from the 60s, that a lady did locally to me. And she passed away. The recipient wanted me to fix some bits that happened to it. And it had been finished in a polyester thread all the way around. And that thread had literally turned to solid plastic. So it was very interesting to remove that and rebind it. But yeah, because essentially polyester is plastic. Yeah. Right? So just have it
like solidified or something?
Yeah, it literally like over the years of washing and use, it literally just... It was just so strong.
Okay.
And,
yeah, there is that. You know, the thread has different... Yeah, perhaps with older threads as well.
And because it would have been an older one. But yeah, so and again, that's just my personal preference. I just tend to stick with 100% cotton.
Yeah, fair enough. And also that has like a sort of soft, subtle sheen to it as well, doesn't it, a cotton thread?
Yeah.
Yeah. From my point of view, I think, you know, if it achieves the look that you want, then, you know, then go for it. Sometimes I use metallic thread. Sometimes I use like iridescent threads. You can get holographic threads for quilting. They're really fun. You can get glow in the dark. I usually use a trilobal polyester for long arming. I like Glide. But I've used cotton as well. It gives different effects as well.
The only thing I will say about threads, and on your domestic machine especially, just be careful on especially like the invisible threads or the man-made threads that are very strong. Because they can actually wear grooves in the plastic on your machine. Ooh. So they can actually cause, you know, like if you used a...
Like friction?
Yes.
Okay.
So they can actually make burrs and things like that on certain parts of your machine. So do bear in mind, you know, what you're actually using on your machine. Okay. Is it compatible? You know, will it actually cause anything that might cause you issues later on?
Okay, cool.
Or if your thread is shredding on your machine quite a lot, that might be something. Change your needle immediately, and if it's still happening, then it could be a burr somewhere on your machine that needs to be had a look at.
Cool. Yes. So experimentation, I think, is the key. Find what works for you and what's giving you the effect you want, you know. Like I say, I mean, quilting, especially around about like Christmas and celebrations, I'm out with the Lurex and the metallic threads. I love them. I love the effects they give. And if the things I make don't last forever, that's okay. Neither will I. Use it up, wear it out. Keep going through for your quilt kits. They're all flying out. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, here you go. Here you go. I'm down to teens, very low teens. If you want the pattern, $9.99. You get your full-size templates, you get your full instructions, you get your layout. It's all included. If you're interested in learning more about quilting, I've got an amazing Brother sewing machine coming up in the next hour, the MV1100, which has the most incredible quilting kit with it. This could be the year you crack free motion quilting. I'm all for that. Yeah. Brilliant. Remember, there is no digital download of this quilt pattern. If you want to get the pattern, it's a physical pattern. Lorraine sent a message to say hi, Emma, by the way. Love that. Now, the only quilt kit that's available now is that inverted version. So we've got that gorgeous designer mix here. You've got Dreams, you've got Bumbleberries, you've got that gorgeous designer solid. £10 saving, 9 metres of fabric plus a pattern. Incredible value at $79.99. You are actually making a little cheeky £10 saving on that too.
I like that one. I think that one, like I said before, that one looks quite Art Deco. It's
really
nice.
beautiful.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. Bit Art Deco. Emma, when are you back?
Beginning of February.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
The very beginning?
The first weekend, I think.
Is it?
First Saturday, I think.
Amazing.
The
Forward to that.
Sunday.
Is that the first?
I don't think so.
Second weekend.
First weekend. But it's not the first.
Oh, yeah, it is. First and second is Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, is it?
Feb.
Oh, okay. So then it'll be the second.
Yeah.
Second
weekend.
Second weekend.
Okay, we look forward to that.
Yeah.
Till then, take care.
Thank you.
Safe journey home.
Thank you.
Stay warm and toasty.
I will. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, I've got an hour of Brother sewing machines. I've got an embroidery machine. I've got an amazing priced workhorse of a machine. I also have the incredible quilting and sewing machine, the MV1100. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold, because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Woo! I just said I feel a little bit fenced in. But hey, don't worry. Have a look at these right here. Everybody needs to buy these needles. If you have no other New Year resolution, let it be that you treat your sewing machine to a new needle every 8 hours of sewing time. And this is the way to do it. You've got this fabulous Quilters Essentials machine needle bundle. You've got here a big pack of universal needles. Now, these are good for anything. This could be piecing, this could be dressmaking, stretch, quilting, whatever you want to do, these will be fine. You get everything from size 70s, love that, fine needles, up to size 100s, bag makers, quilters, you know. You get loads of needles in there. I'm thinking you're getting 10 needles in that pack. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, yeah. 10 in there. Then, you know Microtex needles are my favourite for piecing. You're getting 5 Microtex needles here. 2 60s, really fine, beautiful for precision piecing, great for invisible machine applique. You get 2 70s, again, brilliant for both of those applications, and an 80 as well. And then you're also getting 5 quilting needles. Now, these are all... beg your pardon, no, you're getting some 75s and some 90s. 3 75s and 2 90s. Now, quilting needles, the difference with them is they just have a slimmer, sharper point, and which actually makes them really good for piecing as well. So they're a good kind of like piecing and quilting needle. 11.97. Now, in total, you are getting 20 needles, which takes our price per needle at, I mean, just about 55p, something like 55p. I think that's almost as good as buying them by the 100 price-wise. It's a brilliant, 59p a needle, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Where this says step, just ignore that. I don't know, is that in Dutch? Is it German? Yep. Step Nadal is needle, so just, yeah, so don't worry about that. They're quilting needles, which means they have a slim, very sharp point, designed to pierce multiple layers. Really nice for bag making as well. Microtex, your perfect piecing needles, and then your universal, good for everything. Now, loads of you checking out your baskets. This is a January New Year resolution we can all keep. Brilliant, not just for your piecing and your work, but also really good for your sewing machine as well, to use a nice fresh needle. Now remember, Schmetz needles, they are my brand of choice, always, for my piecing and quilting, and for a lot of quilters and sewers. But also, these will go, it doesn't matter whether you use a Brother sewing machine, or an Elna, or a Janome, a Bernina, a Singer, a Juki, you name it. And also, you can use, like your universal needles can go in your overlocker. There aren't special overlocker needles, yeah. They're just regular needles in an overlocker. Okay, so they are absolutely brilliant. So it doesn't matter what brand of sewing machine you've got, these needles will be beautiful. But you do need to check out your baskets, because we are fast approaching limited stock. I think it was this is one New Year resolution we can keep. It's the thought, gosh, that would be a good way to start the year, keeping a resolution. Because I'm afraid I can't keep my resolution to, you know, never have a takeaway or only eat fruit for breakfast. I can't do that, but I can commit to changing my needle every 8 hours of sewing time. Some of you are going to miss out. Do check out your basket, won't you? Can't restock that at the moment. We've maxed out on the bundles, but can I say, Hannah, brilliant, brilliant bundle that. Well done on that. That's a really nice bundle to have. All right, now, let's talk sewing machines here. Well, you know, this last year, I decided that my 10-year-old Elna deserved a retirement, and an active retirement. Don't get me wrong, my Elna is still getting plenty of use, but I decided that as my main studio machine, it was time to retire and have a new machine. And I decided, because I've seen so many wonderful Brother machines here on Sewing Street, that I would go back to Brother, because my first ever computerized sewing machine was a Brother. And I am so glad that I've got my Brother in my studio. I am loving it. Now, the Brother Innovis MV1100, wow, what a machine this is. And price-wise, incredible price. £999.99 is the price you will pay. The package that you're getting is worth way more than that. You've got a free quilting bundle worth £160. But I just want to mention as well that our previous price on the Innovis MV1100, I think, was around about £1,100–1,200. I think we've made a commitment to do this machine for £999.99 everyday price now. But this free quilting bundle, I don't know how long this will carry on for. So grab this one, because let's just talk about the free bundle you're getting first. Your free bundle that you're getting right now includes your extension table. I'm just going to show you this. So this is a whopper. I'm going to actually remove. You get your hard case as well on your machine. Do you know what? The hard case is beautiful. I remember probably 15 years ago getting about a £2,500 sewing machine that came with a soft cover, and I thought, what? Where's my hard case? £999.99, you get a hard case. I'm going to pop that down. The hard case, by the way, has got polystyrene inside it. Leave that in. That is not packaging. That is part of your case. Now, I just want to show you the extension table. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the accessory box off the machine, okay? So it gives me an opportunity to show you a few things. So your accessory box slides off, and that has got a big drawer on the front for all your regular feet, bobbins, things like that. This part comes out, and actually the space underneath for sweeties. But also, and this is rather fabulous, on the back of your accessory box, you have got a second Now you could keep more feet in there, your darning foot, your walking foot, okay? Now, once that's off, that exposes the free arm. So I always go for a free arm machine. You can get a flatbed, which has a non-removable accessory box. Then you have to sort of like turn your bag above the machine. With a free arm, you can put things onto it, like sleeves, legs, bags, and so around. I prefer this model, okay? You've also, round the back there, got your feed dog control button. This lifts or lowers the feed dogs for free motion quilting or for regular piecing, okay? So that's a nice opportunity for me to just show you those features while we're there. Right, we'll go back to the front of the machine. I've got my extension table. This is part of your free £160 accessory pack, your quilting pack. You've got 4 independent legs here. These all have independent adjustable feet that are going to grip but not mark your table. And if you work on an uneven table, as I often do, that's a boon. And then this whole extension table slides on. Look at the area that you've now got to work on. I'm going to tilt this forward because this is huge. This is huge. The largest extension table I've seen on a machine. So all of this space, this machine is all about giving you the space you wish you had with your current machine. If you've ever been frustrated by the size of the harp, the throat space here to get things like quilts and larger dressmaking or home decor projects in, this space is huge. It's absolutely huge. I'm going to grab my tape measure because on your average sewing machine, you've got about 6 inches of throat space here. On your MV1100, you have got 8 full inches there. Height-wise, these are usually fairly standard. This is all about making your job easier. You've got 4 inches. So 4 inches by 8 inches of throat space, of harp space there. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, included also in your free quilting package, you've got this brilliant piece of kit, which is like your quilting steering wheel, I'm going to call it. So it looks a little bit like an embroidery frame. On the bottom side of it, you've got like rubber grippers. I've never seen this included with a machine. You get it at the moment with your MV1100. These grippers. What you'll do is you will create your quilt sandwich, okay, and then you'll put your quilt sandwich under your machine. You're then going to place this on top, and I'm going to turn it around to have it the way I would work from it. So you have it with the open end towards yourself, and you will put this on like this, okay, and then rather than having to do the death grip, okay, on your quilt to try and move your quilt around, which makes your fingers hurt, your hands hurt, your wrists hurt. You're going to gently hold on to these handles here, and you are going to guide your quilt, whichever direction or however you want to quilt it, okay? Nice bit of movement there. And it's almost effortless. Such a beautiful, and rather than having a fixed hoop through all the layers, you don't need that, and it would get in the way. You'd have to constantly stop and reposition your hoop. When you've quilted that area, you can move your quilt on, just lift, put this back down, and you're ready to keep going and quilt, or darn, or free motion applique. They are brilliant. If you don't like wearing quilter's gloves, if you don't find them effective, this is game-changing. Now, also as part of that quilter's kit, you're also going to get your walking foot included. That's £40 worth. You're going to get your darning foot included, a 1/4 inch piecing foot, and a quilting bar guide. Emma and I were talking in the last hour about not having to mark your diagonal lines. Just mark your first one, sew it, and then use the quilting bar if your machine comes with one. This free bundle worth £160 comes with that quilting bar guide as well, all for free at the moment. It's not something that comes as standard with an MV1100. It comes with the machine at the moment. So that's all the free stuff that you get included. Now, I've got to be honest with you, most of the time, my extension table lives on my machine. I only take it off when I want to get to the free arm. I keep my accessory box nearby because it keeps my feet in it, but it doesn't tend to live on my machine. But for the sake of demonstrating, I'm going to just take the extension table off and pop it away and put the accessory box back on. And let's talk about this amazing machine. Now, before I start talking about the amazing foot package or stitch package, I want to talk about something a little bit nerdy, but it's really important, and that is the feed dogs. We don't normally talk about feed dogs. I'm going to take the foot off, and there's something that I want you to see. Dan, would you mind taking the regular foot off the Brother FS250, please? It's just the little black button at the back. Amazing, thank you. I want to show you the difference between these two feet. Thanks, Dan. Amazing. Right. So here on this side, this is a standard zigzag foot, okay? Of the, FS250, it could be any Brother machine. It could be any sewing machine. They're all this size. This is the standard zigzag foot from the MV1100. And even without putting them right next to each other, you can see that it is considerably longer. Okay? And the feed dogs on the MV1100, the little teeth that work back and forth that carry your fabric through are also longer, the same length, extra length. Now, these two things combined means that the area of your fabric that's being controlled by machine, that's being held, that's being guided, is bigger, it's longer. Your fabric is held for longer by your machine, which means your stitching is straighter, neater, your seams are more accurate. It seems like such an obvious thing to do. You wonder why it isn't on every machine. It's a brilliant innovation from Brother that they have put onto this machine. I've used it, and it's a really, really cool innovation. Your top stitching is more accurate, your quilting is more accurate, your piecing is better. So I think that's really, really cool. Bit of a nerdy thing for me to talk about, I think. But I think that's really, well, it is really important. And it makes a difference. So, I love that kind of technology when it makes a difference. I ordered this early doors, says Carol in the West. Oh, well done. I love Brother. Me too. As my son has moved out to his home over Christmas, I now have a dedicated sewing room. I can't wait. Carolyn, this is not the first time you have emailed to tell us about your new sewing machine. You're excited about this, aren't you? I can tell, as I would be. And I know you've made it very clear. This isn't your bedroom anymore. This is my sewing room. You have turned a corner, Carolyn. I love it. But you know what? When I decided, I first of all had a dedicated sewing room at home, and now I have a studio. But when I had a dedicated sewing room, my pleasure, my productivity, just the stolen 10 minutes that I could now sew. So wonderful to have a dedicated space. Congratulations. Now, this machine, absolutely incredible. Let's talk about the stitches, okay? You can see here at the top of the machine, you've got so much fun stitching to play with. You've got all your utility stitches, zigzag, stretch, dressmaking, patchwork and quilting. You've got decorative stitches. You've got fabulous alphabets to play with too. And such an easy memory function as well, so that you can put in whole sentences, quilt labels, names, whatever you want to do, and you can also store them in the memory. So if you've got something that you keep going back to, you can store those things in your memory and go back to them. Now, of course, it comes with needle up, needle down. Of course, it comes with pedal-free sewing, just a start button. It does have a pedal, of course. I love a pedal, but it also you can sew without the pedal. Of course, it has reverse sewing, a locking stitch, and yes, it does come with a scissor function. So you can press that button and cut your threads. You also get a thread cutter at the side of your machine, but those scissors are going to become your new best friend if you've never used them. And do you see that hole at the front? That is for your knee lift that you are going to put in, and you can now control the lifting and lowering of your presser foot with your knee. It's like a magic trick. Absolutely incredible, incredible machine. So many different functions, so much functionality on this machine, and you really have got everything that you're going to need, including your darning foot, your walking foot, your 1/4-inch patchwork foot, your seam bar guide, extension table, and your handy dandy quilting frame, your handlebars that you can use to manoeuvre. Absolutely love this. Loads of you here for it. How many in baskets, Hannah? Okay, so what I need to say is that 2/3 of the stock that I've got left is spoken for, in baskets or checked out. That leaves me literally a handful. In fact, I don't even have a handful. I've got 4 machines left. Okay, check out your baskets, won't you? Otherwise, you're going to miss out on this amazing deal. It's £999.99. Your split pay is under £200 to get the machine home. And this is going to take your sewing to a different level. As Beverly points out, knee lifter on my machine was a need I didn't realise I needed. Now I wouldn't be without it. This is a lovely machine. Yeah, you know, it's hard to demo because we have to stand up at our desks. But sitting down, it is literally a metal bar that comes out and then goes down under the machine. And you rest the edge. There's like a sort of a wide plastic piece that fits against your knee. And you literally just push your knee outwards against the bar. Out lifts the presser foot, and back in puts the presser foot down. And you might think, well, I'm fine lifting and lowering it with my hand. But when you think about appliquing around a circle, how many times do you lift and lower your presser foot to get smoothly around a curve? When you're quilting, either with a walking foot or free motion, how often do you stop, lift and lower your presser foot to move your fabric slightly, to turn it slightly, even little increments? With your knee, you literally keep your hands where they are, lift and lower, move. It is so amazing. When everyone's checked out their baskets, I have got 1 machine left. We've got 1 machine left. I love the opportunity to share these machines with you because you know how passionate I am about sewing machines. They are, for me, they are that one, you know when people say, what's the one thing you would rescue from your, well, what couldn't you do without? Well, I couldn't. I don't hand piece. I don't hand quilt. So for me, my sewing machine is my #1 tool. I could cut my fabric, I could mark my fabric, I could do in all sorts of different ways. But my sewing and my quilting, my dressmaking, my home decor is reliant on my machine. And a wonderful sewing machine leads you to wonderful experiences, wonderful times, and wonderful results. A machine that's holding you back is not doing you any favours. Annette from South Wales says, hi Stuart, when I bought my wonderful MV1100, I sewed all the stitches on a piece of scrap for a guide. What a brilliant idea, Annette. Almost like a stitch Bible or a stitch reference guide. And you can play around with the width and the length of your stitches on that guide, and then mark in the margin using a fabric pen or even a biro, you know. We're not making an heirloom piece here, we're making a stitch guide. Mark your favourite settings, and then if you're not sure, you know, what's a nice size of blanket stitch for a plique, refer to your little stitch guide and you know exactly what settings to put in. Brilliant idea, Annette. It also really helps with your confidence. Sometimes when you sew out, you know, a decorative or an heirloom stitch, you think, oh my goodness, that looks so much more beautiful stitched out than I thought it would when I looked at the picture, you know, and it just grows with you. Don't buy a sewing machine for the sewer you are. Buy a sewing machine for the sewer you want to be. One that's going to grow with you. And who knows what you'll achieve. Just fab. Just fab. And of course, a 3-year warranty. A 3-year warranty. Not 1 year, not 2. It's 3 years. That shows real confidence. There's no extra charge for that either. Sweetheart, are you all right? No extra charge for that at all. More in baskets than we have. Please don't miss out on this amazing deal. And also, while you're getting that amazing quilting kit, $199.99 to get it home. Love it. Love it. Now, we're going to do Brother Bobbins. Brother Bobbins sounds like a character in a book. Oh, now, do you know what? That's just... Oh, you've put an idea in my head. Okay. Right, Brother Bobbins. Now, whether you're buying an MV1100, whether you've got the Brother FS250 or the 210 or the 130, you do get bobbins with your machine, of course, but this is a pack of 10 Brother Bobbins. Now, there is no such thing as a universal bobbin. There are universal needles, and all machine needles fit all machines, it's fine. But bobbins are brand specific. Brother Bobbins are slightly shallower than most other bobbins. They still hold lots and lots of thread. It's not about a different amount, but they are slightly shallower. You must use Brother Bobbins in Brother sewing machines and in Brother embroidery machines. These are the same bobbins for embroidery and sewing machines. You get 10. You also get these fabulous clips that go on. Can you see those? And what they do is, once you've wound your bobbin, you put that clip on. It stops the bobbin unravelling, which is brill. Saves on your thread wastage. But also they clip together, so your bobbins are all held together rather than rattling around in the bottom of your sewing box. If you've already got a Brother sewing machine, grab yourself a pack. Who has still got all the bobbins that came with their machine? I'm always standing on them and breaking them. I'm always losing them. I'm very naughty. But also as well, you don't want a bit of black thread on a bobbin and then put white thread on top or put red thread. And that, your machine will not like. No machine's like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You need a different bobbin for each colour. And you don't want to be pulling the thread off a bobbin. That's wasteful. Make sure you've got plenty of bobbins. Buy 2 packs while we've got them. Okay. Love it. Thank you, Brother Bobbins. What a chap. Oh, yes. Now, I'm just going to do a little bit of a stock check. We have had a huge day for the Simplicity Bias Binding Maker. We take a huge amount of money off. Now, regular price at Sewing Street is $124.99. Regular price on Hobbycraft is £135. Our price today, $99.99. Now, loads of you have gone for this today, and I don't blame you. I've got one of these, love it. Hilary, my lovely friend Hilary, has had hers for years, absolutely loves it. Our very own Alison Marion has hers. She loves it. She loves it. All the stock I have available is in baskets. Elsewhere, this is Hobbycraft, £135. Normal day here, £124.99. Today, $99.99. You're saving an extra £25. Now, it comes with 6 tips, okay? And Derek asked a question earlier on. Sorry I couldn't answer it earlier, Derek. I hope you're still watching. The sizes that I give are the finished size of the binding, okay? Not the size of the strip. Not the size of the strip. Okay. I didn't want to infringe on Emma's hour by answering it then. You get 4 single fold tips that make 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch and 1 inch bias binding or straight of grain binding. That is 6mm, 13mm, 19mm and 25mm. And then you get 2 quilt binding nozzles. So that's literally folding the fabric in half for binding, and that's 1 inch finished, well, 1 inch folded strip and 1 1/4 inch. So a 2 1/2 inch wide strip of fabric running through the machine. Okay, they all come with these little clips on them, okay. They are made to go into your machine, so they don't look like a regular tip as such. They've got these and these here. The rest of it looks pretty standard, okay. And what happens there is, I'll just show you on the machine. So you've got these 2 little slots here. And all you do to fit them in is put that in there, and that's it. Easy. Easy peasy. This comes off. Yep. There's your ironing surface. That's your iron. Yeah, it doesn't just fold. It doesn't just fold fabric. It irons it. And not just quilt weight cotton, everything from organza or nylon silk, right through to linen, cotton, wool. So it's got a minimum and a maximum heat, all in between, all adjustable. Absolutely brilliant stuff. So this is what you do. This is what you do. You've got your roller. You cut your fabric. I would spray your fabric with something like Flatter or Best Press first as whole fabric. Iron it dry. And then when it's all dried, then cut your strips, either on the bias or straight of grain. Join them together, and join the strips together with a diagonal seam, okay? Press your seam allowances open and trim them back to 1/4 inch or less. Benita in Herefordshire, such a beautiful name, it's a lovely name. One of my lovely friends from university was called Benita. She says, I have the Simplicity Bias tape maker, absolutely brilliant. It's definitely a machine I wouldn't be without. It's 100% worth the investment. It's a brilliant testament there, Benita, thank you for that. And it might well be the kind of piece of equipment that you think, I didn't know I needed that, until you get it and make bias tape, and then it's like, how have I ever bothered without this? More than we've got, more in baskets than we've got. So the roll comes out, that slots in there. Then you get your little take-up bar, that goes in there. Okay, really easy to put together. And it stores then as well, like that. So it all goes together like that. Just ever so easy, really quick to set up. You're ready to go. And then the fabric comes off there into the tape maker. Now, what I would say is, the easiest way to get your fabric through, can you see there's a little slot at the top here? Just there. So what I would do is, I would take the top of the iron off, put your fabric in there, okay, in situ, and then use a pin just to guide the fabric through, and it'll pop out here, pull it out, and run it over, and then put this on top of the fabric. Alison Marion did a fabulous demo on Christmas, and then literally press run, and it runs through, and it folds the fabric, it irons the fabric, and it shoots out the other side. It's rather amazing, rather enthralling, absolutely brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Derek says, so, ideal for making back straps. You absolutely could. You absolutely could there. Yes, yes. So I would say something like so you've got your 2 double fold tips there. They're more for your binding. There's your widest tip. So 1 inch tip is your double fold. So that would create a 1/2 inch once it's folded together. However, the other thing you could do is to make 2 lots, an outer and a binding side, put the 2 together with or without interfacing between them, and then top stitch down both sides. So that would also be a lovely way of doing straps. Linda. Hi, Stuart, I'm thinking. I've had mine for 15 years. Only got 2 attachments with mine, but still worth the money. That's from Linda in Greater Manchester. Yes, I would agree with you. If you can get it now, 6 attachments, 6 different widths, 4 double fold. And when we say double fold, that's the double fold in. Now, I think of that as single fold binding, in fairness. So a bit confusing. But basically, the 4, what they call single fold binding, are the ones that are like bias binding that you buy in the shops. And then your 2 quilt binding, I would call that what you use for double fold binding, which is a single fold in the fabric that you sew to your quilt and then fold to the back and stitch down. Just a brilliant piece of kit. I have got, rather shockingly, teens left of this machine. If you want this, I'm in the teens now. Not quite enough to buy your first pint, if you know what I'm saying. So you will need to be quick if you want this. Super oversubscribed. It's a bit of a wonder product, this, and one which a lot of you are loving. Absolutely loving. Make the new year a more efficient year. Make more of your time. You might even make and sell bias binding. What a brilliant little business. The Beautiful Binding Company. What do you think? The Beautiful Binding Company. Stripes and polka dots and Liberty floral binding, gorgeous solid colours. I'd be up for that. The ties that bind. You can have that. I love it. And then when you're finished, everything goes away so quickly, so easily. There we go. Amazing. Thanks, Dan. You can't keep that one, by the way, Dan, I'm sorry. There we go. Right, we are going to have a little look at the Brother embroidery machine. And a Brother embroidery machine, of course. Brother do all kinds of incredible embroidery machines. This is the Innovis M330E embroidery machine. Now, this is an embroidery-only machine. So there are 2 things one thing you don't get with this machine, and that is a foot pedal. Because you don't use a foot pedal, you don't need a foot pedal, okay? Literally, when you're ready to embroider, you press this button here, which will be green when it's switched on. You press that, and then stand back and admire your Brother embroidery machine creating a beautiful embroidery before your very eyes. Now, let me talk you through this machine. So it comes with a 4-inch by 4-inch hoop. I know it looks rectangular, but well, it is rectangular. It doesn't just look rectangular. It is. Come on, let's all admit this is a rectangle. But the embroidery size, the size that you can embroider is 4 inches square, 10 centimetres square. That is actually a really, really nice size embroidery. And if you want to get into embroidery, this is a really fantastic machine to go for. Very, very easy to use. Comes with a few hundred embroideries already programmed in. Lots of gorgeous motifs, frames, florals, seasonal, monograms and alphabets, okay? But you've also got a USB port in the side of your machine, and it's also Wi-Fi enabled. That's my sign for Wi-Fi enabled. So what you can do basically is download, there's thousands of free designs or designs that cost a few pence or a few collections that cost a few pounds that you can download to your smartphone or your tablet and literally transfer wirelessly to your machine. So really the sky's the limit, isn't it, in terms of what you can do. Now, if you are going for the Brother Embroidery machine, you must, well, you don't have to, but I would recommend you download the Artspira app. Get it through your app provider. It's free, okay? There's a version which is free. This allows you to transfer designs. Also, there are loads of free designs on the Artspira app that you can download and stitch out on your machine. Now, there is a paid for Artspira, like a monthly subscription service. Oh my goodness. If you really get into embroidery, you're going to want the paid version, because the embroideries, the library of designs that you get access to through that is mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling. It's brilliant. And also, you can do things like turn your drawings, children's drawings, or logos into embroideries that you can then embroider with your machine. Is absolutely brilliant stuff. Your hoop is so easy to use. Works a bit like, well, very much like just a wooden embroidery frame. The only difference really that I can see, main difference, is that this bit, which on a wooden embroidery frame would go underneath the fabric, actually goes on top. So you would put some stabiliser on the back of your fabric, lay your fabric on top of the main hoop that has the screw on, and then put the smaller part on top and squish the two together. And if you need to tighten it further, you can. And then you'll see you've got two little kind of metal pegs that stick out the side, okay? And those little metal pegs, I'll just show them to you. There they are, okay? They just fit in, oops, here, and they literally just clip in. It'll click, and it's done. That's how easy it is to use. Now, once that's done, you can choose your design. And as I say, you've got a couple of hundred designs to choose from, and super, super easy. You can resize, you can move to the left, the right, up, down, diagonally. You can rotate. You can combine. So if you want to put, I don't know, the letter H inside a frame to embroider on a bag, you can do that. And then you've got your colour choices, you can change those, you can use different brands of embroidery thread. It's all programmed into your Brother Innovis, and then press play and away you go. Now what's wonderful is you can have this going at the side of you while you're working on your sewing machine, creating a project. The two can work side by side. Just a brilliant, brilliant machine. I've had such a fun time actually in the last sort of 9 months or so discovering all the possibilities of embroidery. It is an absolute wonderful journey. It really is. Now, I'll pop this to one side. Now, we're kind of coming full circle today because we started this morning with a wonderful new bundle of fabric from the house of William Morris and his good friend Emory Walker. This range is called Emory Walker's House. Excuse me. It's Free Spirit, and it is the second Emory Walker collection. We've seen a couple of these designs before in different colourways. These are new colourways. Most of these designs we have not seen before. It is a glorious collection. Absolutely glorious collection. Now, there's a beautiful range of greens in this design, but also these wonderful terracottas and navies that really pack a punch in a very sophisticated way. Just loving these designs. How beautiful are they? Love this design that features birds. If you love Strawberry Thief, you will absolutely love this design. Look at that. Different to Strawberry Thief, but with all the elements in there that make Strawberry Thief such a classic, this design's got them too. And all of these designs actually are taken from Emory Walker's house or from original designs from the studio of William Morris. I'm going to keep this one out for a second. I just want to show this has been such a popular one. The Beauty of Life. Absolutely gorgeous fabric, that. Christine's messaged in on Facebook. She says, I love my brother M330E embroidery machine so much and wonder if there's, I sew so much, and I wonder if there's some iron-on tearaway stabilizer. I haven't seen an iron-on tearaway, because the ironing on would fuse it to the fabric, and then the tearing away could distort. So I don't think it's something you can get, to be honest, Christine. But there are all sorts of different stabilizers you can get. You can get ones which wash away, so they iron on and then wash away. That might be an option. What a beautiful, beautiful selection of fabrics. This one, by the way, has sold out by the half metre. Now, that means two things. First thing, that fabric is sold out and the only way to get it is in the bundle. But the second thing, hear me out, the second thing is because that fabric is sold out, we can't do the bundle again. So the only way you can get that fabric is in this bundle, and we will not be able to do these bundles again when they have sold out. Now do you understand what I meant, Hannah? Rotten to me. I think that's beautiful. If you want to throw in a few solids, I would go terracotta, paprika, teal, cream ivory, navy blue. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Such beautiful fabrics. Grab that one while you still can. Now, I do just want to talk before we go about the fabulous NV1100 sewing machine. An absolute firecracker of a machine. Now, it currently comes with £160 worth of quilting kit, including a huge extension table. Huge extension table. You're also getting your quilting handlebars, okay? This rubber gripper holds your quilt in place, and then you move with the handlebars. It takes all the strain out of your fingers and hands. Such a brilliant piece of kit, that. You also get your walking foot, your darning foot, your 1/4-inch piecing foot, and your quilting bar guide that fits into your walking foot. You get all of those included. Those are all that £160 worth of quilting kit you get for free with the machine if you buy it right now. Now, there's more in baskets than I have available. You're also getting an amazing stitch package with this machine. All of the feet that you would expect: buttonhole, button sewing, blind hem, things like your zipper foot, your monogramming foot, buttonhole, zigzag, your overcasting foot as well, neatening all your fabrics, neatening all your seam allowances. You've even got a foot to sew buttons on with, okay? Absolutely fantastic package. The throat space of this machine is beyond your wildest dreams. Most regular sewing machines, you're looking at about 5.5 to 6 inches of throat space. Your NV1100's got 8 inches of throat space. It's also got a 4-inch height. So you've got so much room in there. And once you've got the extension table on, your working area is massive. And it makes such a difference when you actually come to make things like your quilts and also larger home deck projects. While we're talking about quilts, I want to very quickly mention the quilt that's hanging behind me. I know lots of you have been asking about this quilt. It's called Cheddar at Twilight. This is a brand new quilt kit. I will be demonstrating this quilt tomorrow. Okay, I'm guessing Vix is presenting tomorrow at, I think this one is at 11 o'clock. It is a gorgeous, isn't it fab? I loved making this, absolutely loved it. This is on at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Really fabulous quilt kit. The colours, the fabrics are gorgeous. I'll also be on at 9 o'clock with a yarn lane hour, and I'm going to be doing a gorgeous shawl in that hour. Let's do the menu while we're talking. Let's do it. So Vix is on at 8 a.m. She's presenting tomorrow. At 8 a.m. it's under £10 fabric bundles. I should probably be buying some of those while I'm in. At 9 a.m. we've got the Stylecraft Batik Shawl. Now, I'm just going to grab, I've got 2 examples here. You know I make and wear these all the time. I have got these colourways available. So this is my latest one that I've just finished making. Absolutely love this. I'll put some pictures on my socials. They're so easy to make these as well. Absolutely gorgeous. So I've got that colourway tomorrow. The price of the kit, by the way, is amazing. I've also got this gorgeous colourway, which I made last year, and I absolutely adore it. I'm working on a 3rd colourway at the moment in my hotel room. I've got about 5 or 6 different colourways. I've also got some incredible needle sets, interchangeable needle sets from Knit Pro. They are glorious. Again, I'll put some pictures on my socials later today. So that's at 9. At 10 o'clock, we've got an hour of quilting tools with Vix. And then at 11 o'clock, I've just been talking about it. It's Cheddar at Twilight. The quilt pattern itself is called Peppermint Bark. The fabric range is called Cheddar at Twilight. I wouldn't actually eat cheddar at twilight, by the way. That's the kind of thing that gives you funny dreams. But the quilt is an absolute dream come true. That's 11. And then at 12 o'clock, quilt kits you'll love. You will love them. You will love them. You will love them. Do you know, this morning's been a joy. I've really enjoyed this morning, and I hope you have too. It's been lovely spending time with Emma Bradford and with you. Thank you for all your questions and all your comments. The interaction is just wonderful. We really, you know, we thrive on it here. So thank you for making the effort to stay in touch and keep in touch. Now, just need to talk about the fabulous Brother MV 1100. I'm down to single figures. That is checked out, gone. I've only got single figures left now. It's a firecracker of a machine. You have got so many stitches to play with. All of your piecing, patchwork, utility, overcasting, stretch stitches. You've got heirloom, decorative, patchwork and quilting. You've got alphabets as well, so you can monogram and write things like quilt labels and personalised projects. You've got a free quilting bundle added into your machine. It's £160 worth of extra value on top of your machine. An extension table, a hard case, your walking foot, darning foot, 1/4-inch piecing foot and seam guide are included. No extra money for any of those. It's an absolutely brilliant day to buy this wonderful, wonderful machine. Okay. Remember, there's 5 split pays on the machine. £199.99 is all you need to pay today. All right, I'm going to get gone. It's time for some warming soup and some French bread, I think. I don't know where I'm going to get that from. But I will see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow with my gorgeous Stylecraft shawl. But make sure you're tuned in at 8 o'clock for Vix here on Sewing Street.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than